I always start good morning to everyone. Everyone looks amazing this morning. But I always like to start off with Psalms 101. I will sing of mercies and judgment. Until thee, O Lord, will I sing. Deja, please call the roll.
Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Spinoza,
Here, present.
Councilwoman Swearengin Washington,
Present.
Councilwoman Walker, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman White, Councilman Connelly, Councilwoman Green, Chair Cooper Sutton.
Present. Item number 1 will be a presentation from Young Actors Guild. Memphis Initiative and Memphis River Parks Partnership on the intersections of their work with arts and youth services. So you'll come in that order. Could I have a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Rachel Knox. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to present this morning. I just wanted to set a little bit of context for the presentations today.
Could you have your name and address
Oh,
before
sure.
we...
I'm so sorry.
That's
Rachel
okay.
Knox, 6678 Millers Pond Circle, 38119. I just wanted to first thank you, Chairwoman Cooper Sutton, for allowing this presentation today. And I just wanted to share that the arts and culture sector is a formidable sector, as much as any business in Memphis. And we have the opportunity to continue to grow the sector and use it as a jumping off point to growing our tax base. And we know this because we have seen it happen in other cities and communities. Last year, the National Endowment of the Arts was able to produce a study that showed the arts were the fastest growing segment of our economy. It produced $1.2 trillion in economic impact. In addition, can I forward this? Do I move this forward, the presentation? Sorry. In addition, it's not my lane either, and I'm scared to touch it because I... But in addition, thank you. The sector itself yields $1 that is spent yields $9 in economic impact, and this holds true both across parks and arts and culture. In Memphis specifically, there are over 20,000 employees that are employed by both the for-profit and nonprofit arts sector. And this does not include any of our entertainment businesses such as casinos or our sports franchises. Memphis has changed the way that the world has done business, whether that is through our hotels, whether that is through our automotive repair, and our culture has changed the way that Memphis has changed the way the world listens to culture, whether that is music, whether that is the story of dance, whether that is the way that we view films. And as a part of that, young people have been at the forefront of all of those movements and continue to do so. Our arts and culture organizations reach 2 million people every year, and of that 2 million, 500,000 are our young people. And this allows us to show our young people new opportunities to help them become more thoughtful, to build confidence, and to continue to do the work that is necessary to build brighter futures, not only for themselves, but for the city of Memphis. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to several organizations that are doing the good work in Memphis, and we'll start with Young Actors Guild. So we'll go backwards.
Good morning. My name is Sabrina Norwood, and I am the Executive Director of Young Actors Guild under the direction of Ms. Christy Chandler. We're excited to be here today. Our mission is to impact, engage, and inspire youth ages 3 to 17 through the arts. And we do this through various avenues of our creative arts program for 3 to 7-year-olds, through our performing arts program that services ages 8 through 17. And certainly we have a robust summer performing arts camp that we provide young people an opportunity to hone the natural talents that they have. When I think of the arts and I think of the opportunity that we touch over 800 young people per year. And to date, we've been able to touch over 41,000 young people here in the city of Memphis. It gets me excited because that's 41,000 young people that have had the opportunity to hone their natural talents, to be provided a safe space, and then also to shun away from the mental crisis that they oftentimes deal with. When I think of Young Actors Guild, I think of a young man that came into our program. This young man is from the Orange Mound community. This young man struggled with ADD, attention deficit disorder. And when he came to our program, he was heavily medicated. His parents didn't know exactly what to do, so they put him in the arts. And through the arts, I'm happy to say that this young man is no longer on medication because the arts became the medication that he needed. The arts became his platform to dance away the negativity. The stage became his canvas. And so we're excited that you all have taken time to continue to invest in the arts through the public service and youth initiatives. And we thank you so much for your continued support.
Good morning. I'm Art Davis, 2261 Monroe 38104. I'm the interim CEO for Memphis River Parks Partnership, and our mission is to work with and for the people of Memphis to unlock the transformative power of the riverfront. And although that may seem simple, it's yet ambitious. We want to create a connected, catalytic, and fun riverfront for everyone, and the arts are a big part of that. We believe that our riverfront is much more than a scenic backdrop. It's a powerful stage for community, creativity, and connection. Through the partnership and with public programming, we activate the riverfront with free, inclusive opportunities to inspire learning, celebrate art and Memphis culture, and bring people together. Our work aligns closely with the vision of the city and the newly established Office of Creative and Cultural Economy, and that is to make Memphis safer, stronger, and more equitable through innovation and collaboration with groups of people that I'm sitting here with. And I'm very honored to be in the midst of such great people who are looking to make Memphis a better place. We are shaping the future of Memphians through art and culture. Each year, the partnership reaches thousands of young people across the city. Some of our youth programs include the Tom Lee Poetry and Spoken Word Contest, and that is an opportunity for students to uplift their voice and honor Tom Lee and the legacy of his through celebrating courage, generosity, and humanity. We have a science play project, which is a hands-on science education series that we developed with the University of Memphis. And then, of course, there's the Tom Lee Park field trips, which offer interactive experiences in art, nature, and citizen science. In 2024 alone, we welcomed more than 7,800 students from Memphis Shelby County schools to our parks, and nearly 1 in 6 visitors to Tom Lee Park. That's almost 336,000 people were young adults. These numbers highlight the growing demand for engaging educational and creative experiences in public spaces, especially from the next generation. We're encouraged by this council's continued commitment to investing in the arts and the driving force in our city's future. The establishment of the Office of Creativity and Cultural Economy is not just a symbolic gesture, it's a strategic and meaningful step towards supporting local talent, growing our creative workforce, and reinforcing Memphis's identity as a cultural capital. At the partnership, we see every day how the arts intersect with education, youth development, public safety, and civic pride. When young people have access to creative spaces, they discover new possibilities for themselves and their communities. That's why your support and the work of the Office of the Creative and Cultural Economy and the work of the people that are at this table is so critical. I personally want to thank you for your leadership, your partnership, and your investment in the future of Memphis and its cultural economy. Oh, sorry, I jumped out of order here.
Thank you. Greetings, council members. I'm Brianna Harrington. My address is 1839 Madison Avenue, 38104. I serve as the Director of Partnerships for the Memphis Music Initiative, also known as MMI. And at MMI, our mission is to invest in youth development through transformative music engagement, creating equitable opportunities for Black and brown youth in Memphis. We do this through our youth engagement programming like the MMI Works programs, in-school instruction, and operational support for grassroots organizations through our grant-making and capacity-building programs. It's a joy to be here today alongside the leaders that you've heard from YAG and also a longtime MMI grantee partner, shaping the next generation of performers and leaders, and our leader from the Memphis Parks, whose public spaces are vital platforms for equity and engagement and creative learning. Together, we are activating public space, building youth potential, and creating a Memphis where every child has access to creative expression right in their neighborhood. It's a clear example of how cross-sector partnerships can expand cultural access and enhance neighborhood vibrancy. MMI-funded programs and partners reach thousands of youth annually through 19 partner organizations and have a presence in 6 of 7 city council districts and 10 of 13 county commission districts. In 2024, as Mr. Davis mentioned, more than 7,800 students from Memphis Shelby County schools participated in field trips and learning experiences at Tomley Park, many made possible through partnerships like the one between Memphis River Parks and our network of youth-serving organizations. We deeply appreciate the council's support for our sector through the establishment of the Office of Cultural and Creative Economy and your continued commitment to the arts. Again, thank you so much for your time, your leadership, and your continued investment.
Let the record show that Councilwoman Walker. Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you. Would any council member like to be recognized on this item up for discussion? Chairwoman, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Welcome.
I just want to thank you for bringing these outstanding organizations. Thank you, Ms. Rachel Knox, for your leadership. We appreciate you. And as a council, we just want to see how we can fund these programs, these summer programs, to make sure that our children are having these quality experiences. And thank you, Young Actors Guild, specifically for having such high standards. I have seen some of the performances, and they are just incredible. So we thank you for continuing to invest in Memphis and all of the groups. We really appreciate that initiative. And council, if we could work together to see how we can continue to support these quality programs that really stand out. We want you all to continue to stay in Memphis and service the youth in Memphis. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming out today and for your presentations. With respect to Young Actors Guild, not only are you all pouring into the lives of our young people, but your facility. You share your facility with the community, and it goes beyond the students and covering a lot of different areas of our community, and I just want to thank you for that as well.
Councilman Ford, would you like to say something?
I was just saying they're great.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear you say out loud. They're great. One on the record. Wonderful.
I don't ever want to pass up an opportunity to give kudos. Working with you all personally and in the community, I really have grown to appreciate, and we need you all to continue on. I haven't been as familiar with this one, but we'll be. Thank you for the presentation, opening, making them available to us, so we'll connect as well as River Park. So we appreciate all that you do, the work that you give. Sometimes it's behind the scenes, and you don't get the kudos and the thanks and that push that you need, but just know that we support you and we believe in you and we appreciate your sacrifice and labor of love that you offer to our youth. Thank you, and families.
I'll say something. Everybody else is saying something. I might as well say. Dr. Warren, now you got to say something. Maybe the last one.
Councilman Spinoza, you are now recognized.
I'm so sorry. You're right.
You are now recognized.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You know how much I like order. I appreciate that. Great human beings. Thank you all. Good to see you. I had to say something. No, seriously, thanks for all you do. You're up, Dr. Warren.
Dr. Warren.
We appreciate these presentations, and we all value what you're doing for our youth. I think people tend to get negative on what's going on with kids in our community. And when they see all the stuff that you guys are doing, it just is heartening. Thank you.
Councilman Ford, you are recognized.
I got the real question. How much y'all need?
Yeah, there you go.
Money-wise. That's important. Since we got our chief right there.
We just want to say thank you all for your support in helping to establish the Office of the Creative and Cultural Economy. And we just, ask you that you continue to support the arts and be fans of what this great work is in our community, because it is fast growing and it has such impacts. And it's not just this generation, but as you can see, it's going to be 10, 20, 30 years down the road. So thank you all so much.
Good enough. Okay.
Thank you. Are you finished? Councilman Ford?
Well, that's how the partnership. We'd like to help each and every one of you all.
Of course.
But this partnership may be a little bit different. That's why I'm asking. Okay, but if it's not, just keep continuing doing what we're doing. Because like I said, all of y'all are great. Okay, so we do that. Okay, thank you.
Council Vice Chair Swearengin Washington, you're recognized.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Norwood, you had mentioned something about the summer program. How much does that cost? And how many students do you all service?
Okay, so our summer program services over 175 youth, and 30 of those are interns that we pay to be a part of our program to train them in arts and careers. That program costs annually for students. It's an 8-week program, Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m., 5:30 p.m. So it's a real summer camp. Exactly, pray for us. But it costs $800 per student to attend that program, and that's inclusive of everything.
Great question.
Will you all have a performance or anything after the?
Absolutely. So our performance this summer, our culminating event, so students are working each week and building upon each experience weekly. That performance will be July 19th at the Cannon Center of Performing Arts. I hope that we see all of you all there. Our students certainly will be excited and vibrant to present their work that they've worked on throughout the summer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Well, I get the opportunity to close. Thank you, Rachel Knox, for all the hard work. Every organization that's here. Thank you, Art, for your commitment as the interim at this moment. And of course, thank you. I am so excited to be the chairperson over this because our youth in our city is so, so very important. And it's our responsibility as this council to make sure that we are funding it as it should be funded. I got to see your organization perform at Vice Chairwoman's Church. Am I correct? Was that the group that you invited me to, and that one of them. It was absolutely amazing. It was absolutely amazing. My prayer and my wish was that every child could experience this here in Memphis. But the numbers that you have given us as the data and the statistics, you are touching, just touching this community and this city with such great hard work. And so I'm going to echo what Councilman Ford, don't be scared to ask for what you need. Especially, and I'm serious right now, especially for the impact that it's having on our community and our youth. The story you shared about the young man, can you imagine how many other students and how many other children are out there in our community dealing with such trauma or such medicated, and may not even need to be that medicated, just a small missing component that we have as a city to be able to do so. So I'm looking forward to communicating. I am the chair. Look at me. All right. And to discuss more on a serious note, because we need to invest more in our youth here in Memphis. And if we want to see a generation and continue to pass the torch to our amazing children, we must do the hard work and what it takes. And it takes money to do it. So thank you all. I appreciate it. And thank you for your hard work. Okay. So, Chief, it'll be $140,000 for the program. Okay, so I got it. You know I got it, and I'm gonna be praying and coming to you at the same time, and our council members. Thank you so much. This ends this committee. Thank you.
We have 2 items on the agenda. Could we please have a roll call?
Councilman Espinosa. Here. Councilman Ford. Here. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. And Chair Warren.
Present. We have 2 items on the agenda, colleagues. First item is an update from the administration on drainage issues at Overton Park. District 5, Super District 9, requested by me. Chief, you have the floor.
All right. Chief Operating Officer Antonio Adams, 125 North Main. I'm here with representatives from Parks and General Services. They will identify themselves respectfully and then tell you a little bit more about the update.
Thank you. Go ahead. Ms. Jameson, you up?
Amy Collier, serving as
Get it
interim.
right in front of you.
Sure. There we go. Good morning. Amy Collier, interim deputy for Memphis Parks, 2599 Avery.
Good morning, Melvin Jamerson, General Services, 125 North Main.
Gerald Spencer, Senior Administrator, Property and Grounds Maintenance, 3720 North Arnold.
So, Council, good morning, Council. What we have here at we've done some study over at the park, Overton Park, and a quick overview is we got some restrooms that have been backing up for a while now, and some things are inoperable. The inoperable cause of some aging and failing underground plumbing systems. There are some issues that are interconnected and reflect the need for comprehensive infrastructure assessment and a coordinated repair plan. Current issues that we found were we had to, number one, close down. There was a sewer failure over at the Overton Park shell in the restrooms. We found out what that to be, which is a broken manhole and drainage pipes that need to be replaced. The second issue we found at the Rainbow Lake public restrooms areas, there was a low water pressure issue that has been repaired by General Services Property Maintenance, and there is still an additional issue that we will have to do extensive investigation to find out what it is. The third issue is the Metal Museum construction site. There is a drainage pipe issue that is damaged that they cannot tie into right now, so we will have to correct that. So what we'll be doing in the next steps is we will coordinate a full assessment of the park plumbing systems. We will use televised inspections to map out drainage lines and problem areas. We will develop a scope of work based on our findings. We will obtain a cost estimates and request a project funding, and we will implement a phased repair plan for drainage and plumbing infrastructure.
Can you give us a timeline on that, Mr. Jameson?
So we have, since this is the beginning of this, we have not established a timeline. We will like to move on as quickly as possible because we know we want to coordinate with the work over at the Metal Museum.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm looking at, just from a park perspective in general, is that it looks like all of these may be interrelated to a degree. Mm-hmm. And, we're getting ready to have the shells coming up, their season starting.
Correct.
So you're going to have a bunch of people using those. We've got, finishing up with the Ornamental Metal Museum. They're going to be having some things happening, and they're going to need to tie in. And all the kids that are going to the playground there that are using that toilet, and the groups that are using that sort of the kiosk down there, it's important. So I guess, this is like not something we want to see done over 6 to 12 months. If we can get it done more quickly by sort of ramping it up. I'm just wondering if it's a timeline you're looking at, a couple months, or what are we thinking we're going to have happen here?
We do think that we will, like I said, we'll move on it as soon as we can, but depends on the extent of the actual issues that are there. But we want to determine what those issues are. Right now, over at Rainbow Lake in the pavilion area, the restrooms, there are temporary systems set up there for the patrons.
So we're going to have temporary. So I guess the question is, you're going to have a whole bunch of people going to the shell, okay? Hundreds, couple thousand, frequently through the week. Are we going to be able to provide toilet services for people that are going to be there?
For the shell, we are providing those services. We are making those repairs over the next 30 days at the shell.
Okay, so that'll be done at the shell. And then we've got a long-term solution that we're looking at that's going to take us a little bit more in-depth research, because we think we've got something deep in the ground we got to fix. Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Any council members with questions on this? Councilwoman Logan.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Yes,
I do understand how important this is, and a lot of this flooding has really kind of shown us where the pressure points are. What I'm interested in, and you may have already presented it, if so, just re-forward it to me, the priorities for deferred maintenance, those that are at the top of the list. And I'm not saying this is what we need to do, but if there was some lead or asbestos or some higher issue, then we might have to get porta potties or something like that. Not that we would, but I'm saying if we don't have the funds to do those things that are critical, and I know that we do have some on that list that need to be done that are related to compliance and health and things that could get us into some situations. So I would like to see a list of the deferred maintenance projects that are those emergent, urgent type things, and then those that are very important, and then those that, on down to the wish list.
Councilwoman, are you talking about in general, or are you talking about for this park specifically?
I'm talking about parks, in the Parks Department.
In all parks?
Yeah.
In all parks?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And if we could bring that back the next time, I know we're getting ready to go into budget season, and those things need to be considered, to me as priorities are first. Thank you.
Thank you. Let the record show that Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Walker, and Councilwoman White are also present. Okay, if we have no other questions, thank you guys for that presentation and bringing it to us. And our next item is going to be a follow-up discussion on Memphis River Parks Partnership and Riverfront, all council districts. This is requested by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming back. We have really seen a lot of you guys lately. We're excited. Hopefully by the end of this, everything will be level set. But this is just a follow-up on our last meeting, asking you all to come with your plan forward. I know you all you're able to subcontract your spaces. And so it's very important to me to know what your vision is and that it aligns with the overall city vision, because by you having your own permission or rights or authority to sublease your or subcontract your space, that could impact the overall branding or the overall vision and mission of the entire space. So we'd just like to hear what you all are planning and looking at, and who you all are seeking out, and who's reached out to you, and how that fits in, and however you want to present that is fine with me.
So again, Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis. What we'll do is kind of turn this over, because it appears to be more of a day-to-day operational issue with regard to river parks. I'll be here to speak with regard to the overarching kind of themes and thoughts with regard to the riverfront itself and parks. And then Ms. Collier will be here as well to talk about parks as the governing body in which River Parks does report to or contract with.
Excuse me. Art Davis, 2261 Monroe, 38103. I'm the interim CEO for Memphis River Parks Partnership, and I appreciate the opportunity to come and for a follow-up discussion of the River Park and how we continue to serve the city of Memphis. I want to just talk about four things in respect of the time of this committee. I'll try to be quick on it to allow time for questions at the end of it. But I wanted to start by just talking about the visitors at the riverfront. When the partnership was formed, our number one priority was to make the 5 miles of the riverfront common ground for every Memphian. In 2024, the riverfront from Greenbelt Park to River Garden to Tomley Park to Chickasaw Heritage Park welcomed 2.1 million visits, with guests coming from every single zip code in Memphis and Shelby County. We're proud that Memphis sees its riverfront as a destination point for the city. Our top 5 zip codes were 38109, 38127, 38116, 38111, and 38128. But what's really interesting is the largest increase in visitation since COVID came from 38112, where the number of visits grew by more than 400%. What that tells us is that the neighborhoods are re-engaging with their 250 acres of riverfront in a big way. The average visitor to the park stays about 60 minutes, with the average in Tom Lee Park being about 84 minutes. What that tells us is that it's a strong indication of their opportunity to engage in recreation, meditation, and family fun. It allows every visitor to individualize their own special experience. But equally important is that 35% of our visitors fall below the poverty line. What this does is it reinforces that the riverfront is truly accessible to everyone, regardless of income. The partnership offers free programming. In the next 7 months, we will be offering 130 free public programming events. This includes Sunset Skate, which was the winner of the 2024 Best in Black Award for Best Art and Culture Initiative. We have Soling on the River, which is a free summer concert series at Fourth Bluff, stargazing at Bill Street Landing, and free equipment rental for like basketballs, pickleball paddles, jump ropes that are available at the Hanover Welcome Center. Since July of 2024, we've seen thousands of people register for programs through our online program platform, and more than 11,000 responses to our Facebook event pages. Our free programming would not be possible without the support of this body, the city, and the strong local partnerships that we have. We collaborate with more than 40 organizations, including Downtown Memphis Commission, Memphis Shelby County Schools, Opera Memphis, YMCA, 901 Fit, Life, Rumba Room, and many others, to provide a wide range of culturally rich and family-friendly offerings. We also many organizations host their events on the riverfront as well. We have already completed 46 events, with 26 more scheduled in this fiscal year, and are currently negotiating with 3 more. That's 75 hosted events in addition to the 130 free programming events that the partnership provides. Those events include large-scale and multi-day events like BFF Cook-Off, Mimosa Festival, Cognac Cars and Cigars, and the All-White Affair. Multi-day events include things like River Beat, Smoke Slam, and Vintage 901. And of course, we're always excited about those who return, which include the Juneteenth Vegan Fest. The riverfront's also used for weddings, races, and company events. But we're also very happy when we have the opportunity to work with other nonprofits. And one of the ones that we're especially excited about is Guns Down, Gloves Up, which is an upcoming boxing showcase aimed at engaging youth and reducing gun violence. I now want to move, because I think one of the biggest interests of this council is the highlights of the work that is going on at Mud Island. We've been working closely with the owner of Mahogany River Terrace to ensure that the guests not only have a great experience inside the restaurant, but also from the moment that they arrive. That starts with improvements made to the parking lot that we did earlier this year. That said, there's still work to be done. In our FY26 CIP request, we will be asking for funding to install lighting in the parking lot to enhance safety and the overall visitor experience. In anticipation of that request, when we did the latest repair, I instructed the contractor to install the necessary infrastructure during that repair. We are also in early discussions with the owner of Mahogany about the potential to revitalize the former Harbor Landing space as an event venue, which will also further activate the island and bring more people to the riverfront in more exciting ways. Additionally, we continue to support the immersive experience being developed by BVO. That collaboration includes offering space for fundraising events and small gatherings to support their fundraising campaign. We're excited about that creative potential and energy that project will bring to the island. To further enhance the experience.
Excuse me one second. I don't
Sure.
want to interrupt. I want to clarify.
Okay.
And I appreciate what you're giving me. So far, your presentation leads me to believe that you're somewhat, besides the programming that you do for the community that's free, that's one intention. I'm looking for what your vision is moving forward, how you're scouting people to come in based on a strategic plan. Like, what do you want to see at the park? What are you trying to attract to the park? I did note the free programming. You're always based on what the city's asked for, what's been popular, what's working. That free programming works well. And then you went into your immersive experience. Was that a part of a plan moving forward to get into AI and have some type of
Councilwoman,
park like that?
That's that BVO that we have present
Right,
to us.
I know what it is, but I'm asking, did you seek out BVO as a strategic plan to include AI and those types of things as an opportunity for the city at that location? What I'm looking for is how are you attracting, or what are you looking to bring to that, to the river parks as a part of a strategic plan, as opposed to reactionary, as opposed to people calling you saying, we want to come over there, and then anybody can just come. So is there a strategic plan that everybody's working on where you're scouting types of things that you want to bring to the city?
So we do have an event manager on our staff that does look for opportunities for programming. We also have my colleague Jasmine, who is here, who works with the programming and activates the riverfront. Currently, our direction has been that these are public spaces, and we always have to balance the need for activation and revenue generation versus free public access for the city's citizens of Memphis. And so we are constantly weighing that and looking for opportunities. So how do we go about doing that? We look at what's happening in other cities. So I spend a lot of time looking at other riverfronts. For instance, Louisville just did this great activation where they're having a bike course that is being put in. And is that an opportunity for us? We don't know, but I've reached out to the people to start talking. So we do look at other opportunities in other cities, and we do talk. Specifically to BVO, I want to answer that question. That was came about because we were at another BVO event and thought, oh, this is a great idea. How can we make that work on the riverfront? So we began talking with Christopher Reyes about how we could do that, and it became the event that it is now, or the space that it will be used for.
Okay, Chief had something.
Yeah, I was going to say, Chief.
So, one thing, of course, let's, always provide context. This is a park, so there will be some level of green space or open space for easy programmable opportunities. But with regard to, I think, what you were asking, and it goes back to the presentation last week, we are looking at getting a consultant to look at assets on the river to kind of help trigger. One of the things that we are really hesitant about is just moving to get a fixed asset that is not the best and highest and best use or will attract. But we were approached the end of last year with regard to music on the river. So one of the things that we are looking at is how do we trigger music back on the river? Is it that we invest in the amphitheater as the asset itself, or should it be somewhere else? So we are engaging others that do this and work in this space with us as we roll out a more comprehensive plan. This will be a plan in which we will work together. So it's not a plan in which we'll go back, cook up, and bring to you for later modification. We want to make sure that we measure carefully and cut once. So to your point, that's that. Now, on an everyday perspective, you do have an event manager that does look to program this programmable space to activate this space such that everybody enjoys.
Okay, and because you all have your own subcontracting authority, it's important to know what your vision was. It was important for me to know what your vision was because that is a part of our riverfront, and for you, if you had a vision of something that was totally different from the people of Memphis, the culture here, and something else, you could very well go and subcontract, and that would be that on it. So I was interested in what you all have talked about in terms of a shared way forward so that you know what they're looking for because they have that authority and they know kind of what you all are looking for, what the culture of the city is, just some type of shared understanding of how to utilize these public spaces that the citizens of Memphis own.
And I think, quite honestly, this will be fleshed out a lot more in detail in, I think, the task force that you're working with regard to River Parks, where you come with a different agreement that allows that type of continuity. But I do want to state at present, Parks at all times does have the ability to review as well as the executive part of the administration have the ability to review and veto and endorse activities, as well as you all have the opportunity to provide input as well.
Thank you. And I'll get with you offline to better understand that dynamic of the other, the task force, your contracting, authority, and your plan forward with the master plan. Because I do feel that there should be some alignment and one should inform the other. So we won't just be picking and choosing, spending resources and time and money. And it's not a strategic collective that will benefit, the city of Memphis and enhance what we're trying to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We're running late, so we got one other person in the queue. Councilwoman White, you're in the queue.
I'll give back my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead,
If I
Ms.
could
Davis.
just add one thing, and Councilwoman Logan, I can appreciate the position that you're coming from, and I just want to state from my perspective as the leader of the partnership, our mission is that we work with and for the people of Memphis. So our goal is always to address the continuity and the mission and the vision of the city of Memphis. It's not Art Davis's mission. It's not Art Davis's vision. It is the vision of the city of Memphis and its citizens. And as long as I am sitting in this chair, I will give my word, which is all that I can give, that we will be making decisions and we will be moving forward and we will be providing the expectations of the citizens of Memphis, this body, and this administration.
And I think what you do is make sure it's a communication issue. So as we have more of these events and you're able to say, these are the things we're doing, we're going to be seeing that the back and forth are what we want.
I appreciate that, and I will, again, make the commitment for ongoing communication. That is important. And
our last councilwoman today is Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. You have the floor.
Thank you.
Then hopefully we'll close after that. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Interim Art, and thank you for that question, Councilwoman Logan. And I wanted just to add for Art engagement with me and what we're trying to do with the ad hoc. We're looking at all of that. He has been very transparent, very open. And so what you're asking and what you're saying, we're looking at these management agreements. That's what we're starting to look at. So that to make sure that we collaborate and all of us are knitted together. And as Art said, I'm gonna say what Art said, what's best for this city and this community. We have this opportunity to do so and to make sure that everyone in this city, no matter what economic status you are or where you are, but these agreements are very important, or where we're going down to look at this for the next 8 months. So I wanted to say thank you, Councilwoman Logan, for your intense questions that you're asking. and thank Art for being so open and very communicative with me and getting a better understanding of what our management agreements look like totally in a whole for this city and for this body. So thank you, and thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And without further ado, we are adjourned. Thank you very much, Ms. Davis.
I call the Public Works and Solid Waste and General Service Committee to order. Ms. Keaton, you know what to do.
Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman White.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Present. Chair Smiley.
All right, we have 2 items on the agenda. We're going to take out of order. We're going to take 2 first. Item number 2, which is one today. A resolution to transfer an appropriation of $260,000 from contract constructions to architecture, engineering, and repair 14 bridges, Sam Cooper project number PW01253 to fund increased CI costs. District 2 and 5, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion? Second. Moved by Warren, seconded by Ford Senior. All right, go ahead, Director.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what we're presenting to you today is to ask for a transfer and appropriation of roughly $260,000 from construction expense account into our A&E. That's because due to some delays, weather delays, delivery material delays, we extended or requested through the state to extend the timeline for the completion of the project. This project is a grant-funded project. There's multiple bridges along Sam Cooper. We're roughly about 90% complete. The last bridge that we're working on is the Mendenhall Bridge over Sam Cooper, so that's currently being done at this point. So we're asking for the additional $260,000 to continue on our inspection of those bridges. So with that, we request your approval.
All right, appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Okay, next time we're going to act like we're enthusiastic about what we're elected to do. All those in favor? Aye. There we go. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair has it. All right, go ahead. Thank you, Director. All right, item number 1. Ms. Keaton's going to read this one today. There you go. They're reading to the record. And I'm having a hard time. My eyes are playing tricks on me.
A presentation on the Aquifer Study 2, all council districts requested by the administration.
All right, it's a presentation. All right, go ahead. The floor is yours, gentlemen. The director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott Morgan, Public Works Director, 125 North Main. In collaboration with University of Memphis and MOGNW, this is a continuation of the Aquifer study for the groundwater that we so preciously have in the city of Memphis for our drinking water. And Dr. Brian Waldron and Dr. Dan Larson are here to provide the update.
Okay, Docs, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for having us. Brian Waldron, native Memphian, 9063 South Wilderwood Lane, 38016.
Dan Larson, long-term resident of Memphis, 5095 Limbar, 38117.
Again, thank you for having us. We're providing an update on the second phase of the Aquifer study. Just to kind of bring us back to where we understand the Aquifer system, it is a large system. It's not just beneath Shelby County. It crosses portions of 8 southern United States, outlined in blue. If you were to look at that underneath the ground, it would form a bowl-like trough that would widen and deepen as you approach the Gulf of Mexico, and whose access parallels that of the Mississippi River. If you were to take a cross-section from east to west across that, it would look like a stack of pancakes, really, but we've exaggerated the vertical. The aquifers are in blue, separated by layers of clay and gray. The clay serves as 2 purposes. One, it pressurizes the groundwater, but then it also protects us from contamination. Where the clay is absent, which is eastern Shelby County, and as you approach Fayette County, that is where rainfall is allowed to replenish our groundwater supply. There are some main aquifer systems that we look at. The first one is the shallow, sitting right beneath our feet. Probably about 25, 30 feet beneath our feet, you would hit water. Beneath that is what we call the Memphis sand. That's our famous aquifer that we pull our drinking water from. And then beneath that is the Fort Pillow sand, where we pull some water from, but not very much. But the main aquifer is the Memphis sand aquifer, or the Memphis sand. Something you've heard about are breaches in the clay layer. We have this clay layer that sits above our drinking water supply that protects us from contamination. And we have found that there are holes, naturally occurring holes in those clay. And sometimes we get the question, well, how did we cause them, or what might we be doing now that could create more? And what we want to be able to illustrate is that for these particular breaches, they formed millions of years ago. So it's not something that we're doing now that have caused these or that would cause these. These are present from way in the past. So just to make that point, when we look at breaches, if we go back to the prior study, which was the prior 5 years with Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, we looked at these breaches. We had 2 known and 7 suspected. When we say a known breach, that means we drill through it. That means we put the sediment in our hand and we say, there is no clay in our hand. So that's how we know that it's a breach. Suspected or found by other means. At the end of that 5-year study, which was in 2023, we had 7 known breaches, but we grew the suspected breaches to 35. And when we look at where the majority of those suspected breaches came from, they're up north. And that does not mean that they're isolated to northern Shelby County. It's just the device that we used to find them, which was in coordination with the USGS, let us fly an airplane over that space in order to see beneath the ground. Therefore, 2/3 of the breaches that are suspected were up north. You may ask, why don't we just fly the lower 2/3? Well, we can't with this equipment. It's not allowed. So we have to find other means to find the lower 2/3 of the county. At the end of that study, instead of thinking there were 5 or 6 breaches here or there, we think there's probably around 70 to 100. So our term there was it may look like Swiss cheese. So when we first thought about breaches, we're like, well, hey, this is an isolated incident. There's a breach over there, and it's not near me, so it's not really my concern, although we are concerned about breaches as a whole. But as there are more breaches in the system, there is the potential threat that contamination from multiple sites could get in now to the Memphis Aquifer through these multiple avenues. So it is no longer a individual area concern, it's everybody's concern. It is a Memphis issue. It is a Shelby County issue. So the purpose of the study is making sure we maintain the health of the aquifer, health of the production wells that bring the water up for us to use, and the health of the well fields where all these wells are located. As I mentioned before, we have great information up north, but down south, the lower 2/3, we have an issue. We don't have as good of a way to just fly over the space and see beneath the ground. The green areas where we have well fields or well clusterings, we have a good understanding of what the subsurface looks like there. But everywhere you see yellow, that's a problem. That's where we do not know what is truly beneath the subsurface. So we think about, is water of poor quality getting into the Memphis Aquifer? This shows that. These are some past studies of some well fields, and you look at ages of water and mixing of water. Our water should be around 2,000 to 3,000 years old, but you'll see water as young as 18 years old or 11 years old. You also see mixing. Mixing is how much water that is not Memphis water we're pulling out from the Memphis Aquifer. So if you look at McCord near Bartlett, for one particular well, if you go there and take a beaker of water, 67% of that water is not Memphis Aquifer. It's coming from somewhere else. That's the impact that these breaches are having. What is really interesting is right here in downtown where you are, Mallory Wellfield, 100% Memphis Aquifer water. So go drink out of those wells. This is not to say that we have all these contamination problems going on. This is just young water. It is safe to drink out of your faucet and the water is good, but this study is aimed at trying to make sure that we sustain that. By knowing that there are more breaches, when we first looked at this, we would kind of look at water movement from the breach to a well, ignoring really the shallow aquifer, but the shallow system above us, right beneath our feet, is feeding water to the Memphis Aquifer through these holes. So we need to understand the movement of water in the shallow system just as much as we look at the Memphis Aquifer. And therefore, in doing so, that time of travel shortens, and therefore the breach may move closer to a production well than we had first imagined. When we look at movement of water, when we work on this project, we don't do it in a vacuum or in isolation. We're in constant communication with MOGW. When we look at the potential of a contaminant plume going through a breach, getting to a shallow well, one thing that we have realized is that there is this clay sitting in the Memphis aquifer. We call it the Zilpha clay. And it's not continuous everywhere, but what it may do is that if there is something in the aquifer, it may provide added protection to a production well. And so when MOGW is working on drilling new wells, we're in constant communication with them about what added protections there could be, such that if they went just a little deeper, they could add the protection of the Zilpha clay and protect it from potential water of poor quality. Why is this important? We believe that there were activities back in the 1940s, 50s, 60s, even the 70s, before the Clean Water Act that could have contaminated the groundwater. And that it's in the system, it's just not at the well. When we understand there's a contaminant, the only way you find out is when it hits a production well. That's not when you want to find out there's a contaminant in the groundwater. You want to find out before then. Because otherwise, the contaminant has to move through the entire aquifer, it hits the well, now we've harmed the aquifer, we've harmed the well, and the wells are in a well field, so we've harmed the well field. So we've broken our objective. What we want to do is use private wells where we can go in and test the water and see if we can find some of this potential contaminant before it ever hits a production well. Not only does it help the citizen, because it's their private well, we can tell them something, we also save the aquifer, and we also save the well field, and we also save the wells. So this is very important. When we look at this movement of contaminant and movement of water, in general, the water moves very slow through the aquifer. It moves 0.1 feet per year, about an inch. So if you think of that, the groundwater moves an inch every year in the system. That's why it's just so slow, why we think there could be contaminants that just have not hit the well field because it's going too slow. But there is the eventuality. That's why we want to catch it. So other ways that we're doing this on this study, as I mentioned, we can't fly an airplane, but we might be able to fly a helicopter over certain parcels. So we're looking at that. We're looking at some ground equipment that will let us penetrate the ground and see beneath it. You saw the mixing of water and the ages of water. We've not hit all the well fields. We still need to hit some well fields that we have not studied before. So we'll be working on those. And then also characterizing the aquifer system. We understand the Memphis aquifer to a degree, but we don't understand the shallow. We don't understand the clay properties very well. So we're getting all that information so we're smart about how the water moves through the system. And if you can understand how the water moves through the system, you'll also understand how contaminants can move through the system because it goes the same way. We'll take all of this and we'll put it into a model. This is too complicated for our, or at least I'll say my brain, to figure out. It's all too much. So we put it into a numerical model that helps us not only to understand what has happened, but also what is happening, and then to predict into the future. So that's why we use numerical models. We have built one. We built one in the last study. We're upgrading it with all this new information in this study. Lastly, it's great that we do all this science. I think it helps the utilities, it helps the decision makers, but unless there's additional action taken by our citizens, you have 1 million people around that could do something, that's action. That's where you really get impact. So we understand that one story does not fit all. We are working on understanding how people perceive the aquifer, how the community wants to act or use the aquifer, and therefore we are restructuring how we provide that information back so that it's understandable and actionable, and answer any questions people have. Lastly, on this project, we have a number of students working on this. You'll see the numbers beside the different kind of categories. We have around 18 PhD students. A PhD student will do about 2 or 3 projects in their effort. So you take around 18 PhD students, multiply by 2 or 3, and that's how many separate projects we're working on this effort, so it's a lot. What you've been presented here is what we'll be providing in a public forum. We'll be presenting this at the public library where any citizens can come. We choose the public library because that's where the Mattabus has a lot of stops, so it allows the community to connect there. When we did the last study, we also went to community centers based upon zip codes to see people who visited, which zip codes had a lot of interest, and we go to those community centers and actually present there, allows the citizens to connect better than having to travel. So we're trying to get out into the community with the information. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
This inquisitive body, I always have questions. Dr. Warren, kick it off.
Thank you. On flying, just the studies that you used with aircraft, I take it that you've got to be a certain height to be able to determine where the breaches are based on your equipment. Is that correct?
The plane will fly at a particular altitude. It can see about 500 feet into the ground. So when you get to the confining unit, it's around 150 feet, so you definitely would be able to see it.
Okay, my question is I'm trying to figure out how we get permission or how we get access to be able to do that type of flight, because with Memphis International, it's sort of like a tornado coming up or a big cone coming up. Is there an issue that we can somehow help you with there?
The issue is that the signal sent from the plane, once it is sent down, it is interfered with by infrastructure in the city. So, for example, in the area that we already did, you'll notice there's a big hole up around Millington, and that's because we cannot get good signal. In fact, anytime there's some infrastructure, it causes problems with signal interpretation.
So it's really not the airport or the flying thing. It's
You
got to do
cannot
with the
do
buildup
that and
that we
get
have.
results. Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
It's just too uninterpretable.
The FAA also prevents you from flying the equipment over infrastructure where people live. So you just can't fly it. If the thing fell off the plane, that's not good.
Okay, I can see how that might be
It's a
bad.
plane that has a device, like it looks like a torpedo, which I know is scary in itself, hung beneath the plane by cables. So FAA says you cannot fly this over people. That's why we were able to do North Shelby County, because it's more rural and forested.
Okay, and the odds of hitting a person up there would be less if you dropped your
Well,
torpedo bomb.
no.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, the people that do it actually look at, we sent building footprints through the Shelby County, what's it called, thingamabob? Yeah,
I'm
it's not
going
them,
to
but
stop
yeah.
this line of question because you've answered it. But
Okay, great.
It's an interesting. It's interesting, but we don't need it. Thank you.
Don't let a scientist go down the rabbit hole.
Or a doctor. But, all right, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for this informative presentation. I know when in my first term, you all I don't know if it was you, but we had a presentation on the aquifer, and there was a lot of talk about breaches, and we were told that there were several breaches in the clay part of the aquifer and where they were. My question is, how long does it generally take to fix those types of things? Because that was in my first term, and I'm hearing now that we still have the same and additional breaches.
That is correct. We did a study in the first investigation looking to see if they could be filled, and they cannot be filled well, and because you do not know their true size and because of access to property, you're not going to be able to fill them. So what we need to do is understand where they are and what impact they have, and then understand what has happened in the past in the way of infrastructure, like where we're dry cleaners or landfills or whatever, and try to monitor that more closely.
When you say dry cleaners and landfills, what those have an impact on?
There are known places that have contaminated in the past before the Clean Water Act. And we have identified what those types of businesses were. And we are at the public library scanning the yellow pages, literally, to map all of those locations to see what was done in the past, and then use that as a way to infer if they had leaked contaminants, what would be happening under those scenarios.
So those yellow page studies that you've done are informing you as to what caused it or what happens after they get there?
It informs us of potential contamination, and then from that we can see where, or use models, numeric computer models, to know where it's going, and then plan to say, well, if that's of a concern, if it's approaching a well field or whatever, are there any private wells in the lineup that we could go and work with public citizens and the health department to say, can we sample them and see if something's headed in the system?
Okay, last question. Are there any types of drones that you can use that would allow you to see the places in the yellow? You know, how you had the map
Yes,
and you had
ma'am.
some
No.
any type of technology that you can use?
We do have drones. The equipment's too heavy for a drone to carry. We are looking at open space, so where you have forested areas, golf courses, like the parks where Park Commission was up here, parks, and that we would fly that by helicopter. Because the helicopter has control, so the FAA will allow you to use a helicopter. Where we cannot use aerial information, we have equipment that we can put in the ground, and it will penetrate through the ground, and that requires land access. So sometimes what we do is we work with the city on rights-of-way along roads, the green rights-of-way or stuff like that, to try to get access.
Well, this is important enough for us to be looking at how we can gain the rights of way access to the private wells and all of those things. So is there a group in your department that's working on with legislators or working on legislation that have been used in other areas to gain access that we could look at as well?
I can speak for what I know, and then the rights-of-way that the state owns and the city owns, we have access to. We try to look for those public spaces, the parks, the golf courses, all that we have access to. When it comes to the private citizens, we have to contact them and gain permission to be on their property. We are working with the city of Memphis and MOGW to see if we can get partnership with the health department to get access to have them work with us to get access to private wells.
Okay.
All right, we got.
Yes,
thank you, Councilwoman Below. We got Councilwoman Walker, then followed by Councilman, the ever inquisitive Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for coming today. My first question was dealing with the drone option. So I will move on from that. You mentioned about a public display where people can access these findings. Did you say it was going to be at the Hooks Library?
Yes, ma'am. We're looking at probably in May. We have to present to the MLGW board in here first, and then we can present to the public the same presentation.
So you will confirm the dates after the presentation. So you're confirming now that this will start in May?
We are anticipating it'll start in May. We have to work with the library to see what dates they have open.
Okay, so when you have confirmed your dates, please share that with us. And I can facilitate that as well, but I know that our communications department would love to share this with our listserv. Also, you mentioned in closing that you chose this location because it was on the bus line. And I just want you to know that I appreciate that. And thank you so much for that mindfulness. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I yield the floor.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Walker. Doc?
I guess this is in combination with MLG&W, but now that we know where these breaches are, and we're beginning to get an idea of where our, I guess, leaks from toxic businesses or toxic, organizations or government entities or whatever. What are our remediation plans? And I know that that's what this is about. Is once we see we've got a plume and it's headed toward the aquifer and we're able to figure it out, where and who would be responsible for remediation? Is this going to be an MLG&W issue? Is it going to be an individual business issue? How do we go about making sure that we're able to go in and protect the aquifer later? Because right now we're just defining it. Do we have intervention plans?
Oftentimes when you find a contaminant, you would work with the state, Tennessee Department of Environment Conservation. They will try to identify the source, and then based upon that, they will work with the Environmental Protection Agency to identify remediation actions by the source.
Okay, so let's assume that for some reason the EPA has been hamstrung to be helping us do anything. What do we do locally to make sure that we've got the ability to go in and take care of this in case the EPA says we're not in that business anymore?
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Doug McGowan, MLGW. So I just want to come back to before I get to that part and say, I want everybody to understand your drinking water has and always will be safe and secure because MLGW tests that water 40,000 times per year to make sure that it's good. We are investing in this study so that we know where and how to put our wells and how to operate them so that they are clear of any contamination, and so that we fully support this so that before they get, as the doc said, before they get to our production wells, we want to make sure that we are putting our wells in the right spot and that we're operating our system in a way that keeps that water the best drinking water in the country. Again, the EPA says that, not us. There are remediation methods that are available depending on the kind of contamination. I'll just give you a very specific example. Up in the Millington Naval Air Station, something I have familiarity with because of the years of jet fuel, they are injecting microbes into the ground to clean up that plume. And then they have test wells to determine the progress of the plume and how clean it's becoming. It really depends on the type of contaminant, the type of treatment that you do, and whether or if you can actually do a treatment there to mitigate that. For us, the first line of defense is to make sure that we continue to test the water each and every day, that we get those monitoring wells out there so that we can pull that water out of the ground, that we continue the study, so that we can act preemptively to make sure that our production wells are in areas where there are not known areas of contamination. Yours is a good question. Coming back to remediate, though, typically comes back to the organization, if there is anyone left standing, that did the initial contamination. And then there's a process, regulatory process that they go through for remediation about who's going to be accountable. So I think more to follow on that, Dr. Warren. Today, we're fortunate that we don't have that situation where we're finding that. We have to do a lot more monitoring wells, and that's why we encourage this cooperation with private well owners, with the monitoring wells, so that we get a better sense of what's under the ground. Because breaches that are 30 to 40 million years old were nothing that we caused. It's just something that we have to understand and operate.
So I guess the thing is that what I hope the public takes away from this is that we're going to need cooperation with private property owners to allow us to look at data coming from their wells to help us protect everybody's water, including the water that's going to be in their well too. And because we're looking at it doesn't mean they're responsible for a problem that's there. The responsibility may be way far away from them. They don't need to worry about us finding something in their well other than that we may protect them from drinking something they don't want. It helps us protect the entire community. Would that be safe to say, Doctor?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So we take home, if you're publishing writing an article, we need everyone out there that's got private property to cooperate with Cesar to help us get a better idea how we can protect the water for everyone.
And Dr. Warren, if I could add, that we would like communities around us to model this behavior. Shelby County, we are overrepresented in studies of our aquifer. Remember, you saw the beginning, this is under 8 states. And so we are setting the bar here for how people ought to behave and be interested in and act on the aquifer, because
You know,
what happens around us affects us as well. So we are setting the bar here for how we should be managing this wonderful asset that we have. And so I know that there's other entities that are out pushing surrounding counties and even other states to take a really progressive look at how they manage this.
You know, at one point, we actually convened a number of people, Doug, to like look at a regional aquifer, and that sort of went by the wayside, I think, after the pipeline issue went away. It might be interesting to see. I don't know if MLG&W should be leading this push as the water source, but we can talk about that offline.
Yes, sir. We'd be happy to talk with you about that.
Yeah, we're essentially 3 committees behind. Doesn't appear to be anyone else in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Doc. Always doesn't. All right, anyone else is in the queue?
Excuse me, Chairman. I had one question. I thought my analyst came and said that I was in the queue.
Well, she didn't tell me anything. All right, go ahead. But just remember, we behind. Go ahead.
That's okay. I will withdraw my question. I'll speak to you offline. Thank you.
But I mean, since if anybody else has any other questions, we can always have them come back, or we can just send emails. All right. Peers, all hearts and minds clear. Thank you. This committee is adjourned.
Can you do that again? All over? Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Okay. I need to do the gavel too. Okay. I recall to order the Memphis City Council Personnel and Government Affairs Committee, Tuesday, April 8th, and at 10:24 a.m. Ms. Edgar Bennett, please call the roll.
Councilman Canali, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Smiley, Councilman Spinoza,
Here.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilwoman Walker,
Present.
Councilman Warren,
Present.
Councilwoman White, Chair Dr. Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have one item on our committee today. Ms. Green should have passed around 2 documents to you. One of those resolutions was in your binder. But this resolution is to support House Bill 1050, all council districts, sponsored by Logan and myself. Can I get a motion in a second? Motion by Ford, second by Spinoza. I'll let Councilwoman Logan introduce it. If you all don't have that stapled actual House bill with you, and then it's either in your binder or on top the resolution that we have, but I'll let Logan go ahead and introduce it, and then we can talk about it if need be. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, today we are introducing or sponsoring this resolution in support of House Bill 1050, which was crafted by Representative Antonio Parkinson in conjunction with the District Attorney's Office. This bill, House Bill 1050, streamlines, I'm going to read the purpose of the bill, streamlines and strengthens Tennessee's nuisance law to hold irresponsible business owners accountable when their establishments become hubs for repeated criminal activity. This bill establishes a clear legal threshold for when a business is officially designated as a nuisance due to ongoing criminal activity. It provides a structured enforcement process to stop businesses from enabling crime. It also allows businesses and homeowners affected by the nuisance businesses to seek financial compensation and reduces strain on law enforcement and lowers taxpayer costs by addressing chronic crime locations. I wanted to read the official purpose of the bill because we know anecdotally and we know from being council members that there are problem areas, problem businesses in all of our community. Though we're open for business and we want to strengthen them and see more of them, we do want them to be responsible. We do want them to be good commercial citizens and really add to the viability of our communities. Lately, I know in my district, you all probably have seen on the news the shootout that involved the 9-year-old, which was in the intersection. And this is after 3 people had been murdered at this intersection, this site, this business rather. And it's next to, across the street from an elementary school, from a church, from next door to a daycare. And it's a major intersection. And it's just a shootout in the middle of the day where you could have been at that intersection visiting a relative or visiting that part of town. And to allow this type of thing because you're engaging in activity that is not what you were given a permit for, that is what we have to put an end to. So we are pro-business, but responsible business owners. And we definitely want to really curtail all of the irresponsible business owner activity. So that's what this is about, and my colleague may want to, Chairwoman may want to go into a little bit more detail if necessary. But we definitely want your support, and if you have questions, please ask those so we can all be aligned around this support, just showing that at the local level, our support for this state initiative. It's not always often that we all are aligned around something from state to local. So this is a great opportunity to do some good work. So with that, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Spinoza.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman, for bringing it to our attention. I'd love to be put down as a co-sponsor on it. You pretty much said everything. Just I did reach out to some legislators on both sides of the aisle, and just wanted council members to know this is a good thing, and I'm glad we're all able to sponsor this and send this one up to Nashville. So,
thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Is there anyone present that does not want to be listed as a co-sponsor? Okay. Staff members will ask the council members not present, are they okay with being listed as well?
Chairwoman, Councilman Carlisle did send an email stating that he wanted to be a part of it as well. He wanted
Okay,
to be
great.
a sponsor as well.
We'll add them as well. Okay. Any other colleagues want to comment on this? All right. So as my colleague said, Councilwoman Logan, we're definitely glad to go ahead and get behind this being pushed at the state. And as Councilman Spinoza said, it looks like it's being pushed on both sides. The county commission is also supported this as well, pushing it. And so hopefully this is just gonna help us be able to hold businesses accountable. I know myself and everybody else gets complaints on businesses and what they're doing and if they're safe and if they're respecting the law and what they're allowing there, but it allows us to go a step further and really put some authority and really just some accountability on our businesses for if they're not contributing well to our neighborhoods, because we all want neighborhoods that thrive. So we will add everyone on as co-sponsors. Nobody else has a comment. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No? Okay, by the chair, the ayes have it. Seeing no other.
All right, good morning. Welcome to Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Committee for the Memphis City Council. Today's Tuesday, April the 8th. We are 33 minutes behind, but we're going to get caught up a little bit here in this meeting. So, Ashley, if you don't mind, please call the roll.
Councilman Canale. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Dr. Warren. And Chair Spinoza.
Here, thank you, Ashley. We've got one item on the agenda. It doesn't require a motion or a second. Item number 1, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent agenda as usual. All council districts. President McGowan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug McGowan, Memphis Lake Gas and Water, 220 South Main. To date, $120 million of approval of spending of MLGW. Today, we're asking for $51 million for a total of 171, about a third of the way through the year. We have a number of items for you, starting with item number 1, substation construction and maintenance services in the amount of $12 million. This award is to RMS Energy. This is the third of 4 annual renewals. This is part of our renewal and replacement of infrastructure. As you know, every year we are replacing 2 transformers and 10 circuit breakers in our substations. We're replacing hundreds of relays, connectors, and RTUs in our substations. and this allows us to do this with the speed that we need to improve reliability for our customers. So RMS Energy has been very effective for us for so far, and we're very pleased with the work they've been providing to us to this point. Meter support maintenance. This is in the amount of $280,000. What this is purchasing handheld meter readers. This is for our automated meters, the smart meters that we have, and so that people in the field can actually read the digits that are coming off of the meters. They can read the signal. We are purchasing 50 of these as a part of our improvement to the meter reading and to make sure that we have all of our parts. This complements some of the work that we have later on here, ensuring that once we replace and fix the broken parts, that we're actually getting a good read off of the meter and we can move on so that somebody doesn't have to come behind them. So we're outfitting everybody with these, all 50 of them at least, for our folks in the field so that they can read these as soon as they make the repair and they know they've made a good repair. Oracle Talent Acquisition Cloud Service, we use a system called Taleo. This is $159,957. This is a 2-year license. And Taleo is our onboarding and recruiting tool. This is how we recruit applicants, take their application, review their resume, and then bring them on board into the MLGW system. This is a software as a service subscription that we have with a company called Taleo. Synergy in the amount of $9,900. I know our limit's $150,000, but we bumped over that $150,000 limit by this extension, and so we're extending by 5 years through 2027, and this allows us additional support for our enterprise systems. So you'll see that this gives us quick and rapid response to our incident response with our computer systems. This is a large amount of $31 million. This is Oracle Maintenance and Support. This is a complicated issue, so I sent you a separate briefing on this. What you are purchasing here, in any computer system, you have the hardware, you have the software that operates the hardware, and then you have the applications. So if you think about your computer at home, you have your laptop, then you have an operating system like Windows, and then on Windows you have Word or PowerPoint. This is the operating system like Windows. This is a 5-year license with Oracle. This is the software system that enables all of our hardware to operate. It runs everything in our system. So this is software as a service. It's full maintenance of all of our assets and all of our databases over 5 years. So it's about $6 million a year. The reason we're doing this as a bundle, it's a universal licensing agreement. Rather than doing a la carte, we get it all at one time. So if we did an a la carte item, we run the risk of spending potentially twice this much money as you're picking and choosing which services you want. Our team has done a really good job of negotiating this. This is not unprecedented. We've done a 5-year ULA in the past, and so we believe this represents the best value for our operating system, and we won't have to come back for another 5 years once this ULA is approved. The next are 2 on-call consulting with engineering firms. These engineering firms help us with all of our physical assets. So the various plants that we have, the North Center, the South Center, Hickory Hill, these are improvements to our physical buildings. And so Smith, Seckman, and Reed, Allen, and Hoschel are helping us in this first one for $300,000. The next is in the amount of $75,000. Again, Smith, Seckman, and Reed is the primary. And these are for various water pumping stations and for where our crews work out of, the Hickory Hill, the North Service Center, South Center, Brunswick, and various improvements that we're making to our systems. This is an amount of $7,300,000 for gas meter and smart meter components. We've spoken about this before in the past. These are the parts that I'm replacing. Remember, we had the broken parts on the gas and water meters. We fixed all the ones that were broken. I'm now replacing all of the rest with known good parts. This is an emergency purchase order. You're ratifying the purchase order. This is for there's almost 150,000 items that are coming to us to make sure that we have all of the parts necessary to replace all of the registers, all of the wrigglers, all of the parts that we knew were bad. We're replacing them before they fail on all the rest of the meters. $7 million. The next is resolution approving an annual salary of $160,000 for a HPPD manager. Your question is, what is that manager? We do a lot of training at MLGW, and this is the person who leads all of the training and development for MLGW, everything from our apprenticeship programs to our onboarding programs to our boot camps, ongoing training, supervisor, manager, foreman training. We have an MLGW university. This person runs that university, and everything that has to do with training in MLGW, they are the head of training for MLGW, is the best way I can explain this. This is a market-based salary for someone who would be in charge of this kind of technical training for a very large company like us. And so with your approval, we'll move forward with the final hiring offer for a candidate that's ready to come aboard and help us. So it's a critical position for us. We've had a lot of turnover in this area. And as we bring more employees on to get more complex systems, especially our grid automation, we need additional training, training regimen here. The next is for commercial auto insurance for out-of-town travel. This is $181,000, the first of 4 renewals with an insurance company called Pete Mitchell and Associates. This allows us to travel outside the state and gives us additional hedge of protection when our assets are traveling outside the state. So on the occasion that we have to go help another utility or when we take our equipment to another state for travel, we will be covered. Subject to your questions, this concludes the consent agenda items, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President McGowan. Just for anybody watching online, he spoke a little faster than usual today. I mean, we have all this documentation. It is available online, and he mentioned the Oracle information.
I had that presentation too.
Yeah, so that was all shared with us, and it is available online for anyone that's to the millions of people tuning in around the world. Councilwoman Walker, you are the only council member in the queue. Vice Chair Walker, go for it.
Thank you, and I am mindful of the time. Thank you. Can you go back to the early slide dealing with the substation?
Yes, ma'am.
So for clarity, I'm not trying to go down a rabbit hole here. For clarity, is this a new substation that's dealing with XAI or the Allen plant?
No, ma'am. This is, as you know, we had an old plan called the Way Forward. The new plan is the renewal and replacement of infrastructure. We have substation crews that do routine maintenance and repair at our substations. Through this improvement plan, we're adding 2 new transformers and 10 new circuit breakers, plus all of the communications network. So this contracted company is coming alongside in our existing substations to help us install those new components and the communications parts that is critical to that. So, I'm sorry, 64 substations we have, 64 existing, and we're building
Thank you,
a few
Mr.
new.
Weaver.
So yeah, but they come alongside our crews and do this major kind of installation and modification to our existing substations.
Okay, in regard to new substations, we are currently building one for XAI?
XAI is actually building one to our specifications. There are actually 2. In order for them to receive their 300 megawatts of requested service, 150 for the first phase, they had to build a substation to our specifications. Our team designed that, and they are building it to our specifications, and they will turn a portion of that substation back over to MLGW. And we will retain the high side. They will get the low side. That's how they break it up. The second substation is being built for the second 150 megawatts. It's the same arrangement. It's to our technical specifications. Our team is there inspecting it, and we will receive it back into inventory once that is completed. That is being conducted by their contractors, but under our supervision and our design. The other thing I will mention, Madam Vice Chair, is that we have several other new substations being constructed. One in Collierville will be on in soon. 83 should be on any day now. That's to help the southeastern part of the county with some additional power needs because of their growth. And we have a 10-year substation plan where we will build additional ones. You remember you approved my purchase of land out on Highway 70, just out near Bartlett, so we could put a new substation there to help with some of the growth in northeast Shelby County. We have others here to make sure that we always have plenty of capacity for new growth in Shelby County. So I'm happy to present a separate presentation on all the substation work over the next 10 years, but we are forecasting growth and staying ahead of growth, so we are never stymied, and we'll never have to say, I'm sorry you can't come here, because we don't have capacity at our substations.
Okay, thank you for that. And then if we can go to page 12, please.
12, yes, ma'am. Yes.
So this new, okay, no, that's, this is about the replacement equipment, but what
Yes.
was that I'm sorry, page 6.
Page 6, okay?
Yeah.
Yes. These are handheld. So when you have a smart meter on your house, it sends a signal out to an antenna on a pole and sends that back to our system. We only had several handhelds because what we used to do in the past was if we didn't get a reading, we would send a truck by that has a radio on the back and say, did the truck get a reading? And if it didn't get a reading, then we would send a meter reader with a handheld. As we are replacing all of this equipment across the entire system, we want one stop. We want our guy who is replacing the equipment to know that he's replaced the equipment and he uses his handheld to say, I am now getting a good signal from that meter, instead of having to send somebody else later on to go get the signal. So he knows that he has fixed it when he is on site. This will make us much more efficient. And this will be MLGW crews and some of our contracted partners helping us get all this replacement done.
So do these devices, do they have a warranty?
Yes, ma'am. They have a 60-month warranty, 5 years.
5 years.
And then the holster, I think, has a 24-month warranty. The little belt clip has a 24-month warranty. This is opposed to typically the other things in the system have a 12-month warranty, but these handhelds have a 5-year warranty.
So with these 50, and I'm almost done, Mr. Chair, with these 50 additional units, is that creating additional staff?
No, ma'am. This is to give our staff the tools they need while they're out there. So our folks that are out there replacing these and our contracted partners who are replacing these, this is just another tool. So if you can imagine, they show up on the work site, they got a hammer, they have a drill, they have a whatever else. This is another tool in their tool belt that they can actually read that meter. So it's not adding additional staff. We have lots of staff to do this work.
Okay, 5 years. Okay.
5-year warranty on these handhelds, yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. I yield the floor.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Walker. And for the record, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington joined us. I do want to take a quick minute before we adjourn to quite frankly thank the council, but also to thank you, Doug, and all of your employees. Just a couple of things. I was at the board meeting, I guess it was in February when we had the ICE event. And I didn't say anything, but I was checking the outage map. And at that time, there was less than 1,000 people without power and the roads were icy. I think the way that you and your team responded over the last 7 days was unbelievable. And I think that a thank you is in order. And again, I want to thank the council because we've come a long way certainly from a decade ago when I was here last time, but what we've done as a body to get through the budget items and to have these presentations the way that you bring them to us. So thank you for that. But specifically, I want to bring up a message that was posted on Facebook.
I have a video of it, sir, if you want to.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Well, then, if you'd like to read it. Or...
Yeah, I'll read that. I'll read it for the record. It says in the middle, this is from Citizen. I don't have the citizen's name, but it says.
I'll let the video run while you're talking, sir, if that's
okay. Yeah. So it says, in the middle of endless bad weather, lightning, torrential rain, and soaked, unstable ground, 6 young linemen showed up when most people were sheltering in place. 2 live lines had failed and collapsed completely. In just 13 minutes, they reran both and made it right. No fanfare, no shortcuts, just precision, grit, and quiet mastery under pressure. Suspended in the storm, they worked inches from death, their focus unshaken. This wasn't just a job, it was responsibility executed with intelligence and resolve. I don't know if you paid this person to say all this,
we did
but
not,
it's pretty
sir.
amazing and true.
Not.
And honestly, it's very true. So not trying to joke too much. These are the people who hold up the world while others sleep. Not the influencers, not the critics, not the ones looking for credit. Just real people doing real work when it counts the most. That deserves to be said, remembered, admired, and echoed. A lot of people saw this, commented, and I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of citizens in the council to all the employees that are out there working. Even that snow day event during the board meeting, I think you had maybe 100 employees or so that stayed in hotels downtown.
Yes, sir. We had people that stayed downtown. In this event, we had 700 people in the field. These are line crews, these are underground crews, these are tree trimming crews. They were out there for all 3.5 days, doing their very best to make sure that they jumped on every outage. We had about 8,000 people out at our peak, and I want to say that included, as I was talking to Councilman Canale, there was an accident on Summer Avenue that knocked out power for about 2,000 people. That was not storm related. So we did really well. Our team has estimated, we had about 40,000 customers over 3.5 days that had an outage that lasted from minutes to an hour or two. Our peak was 8,000 out at any one time. The folks in Little Rock had 60,000 out. The folks in Nashville had 50,000 out at their peaks. So the work that we're doing, the investments you're making are paying off in resilience and the hard work of the folks at MLGW who show up every day. You saw that was kind of a lull in the storm there. It was just a lot of hard rain and some lightning in the background. But we had a bunch of folks out there. They worked their tails off, and they're right back at work this morning doing it all over again. So we're really proud of the team. And I will also say the work that we're doing in the tree trimming, I think everybody recognizes that's really the big difference here. And we're way ahead of the forecast that we gave you all. You asked us to go faster, and we're going faster. So.
Thank you. We've got Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, and then we've got Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to also say I really, really, really applaud your level of excellence. From you to the executives, to the call center, to everyone that you email, you all are always so responsive. So I'm just thankful for your level of excellence. And Chairman Spinoza, you have really done a great job of chairing this committee.
Thank you.
You really have. We appreciate your leadership.
All right, Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, I would just like to concur with what both of my colleagues have just shared, and also with respect to the hotel rooms specifically. In lieu of that incident, they came and checked in hotels the night before to make sure they would be on time for work the next day. So I wanted to deep dive and make that specific point. And thank you all again.
Thank you, ma'am.
I yield the floor.
I got to share this too. One last thing. I brought my sons down here as the storm was coming. It was moving so slow, and my wife was out of town, and I was like, "Let's go downtown and watch it come in over the river." And my 9-year-old was like, "Dad, I don't know about that." And I was like, "Let's go." So we went, and then we left. I was like, "We need to get home." And as we were leaving, I saw no less than a dozen MLGW trucks going the other way. And it was cool to be able to talk about that with my kids. But again, thank you. Thanks to everybody. No more comments for Councilwoman.
I wasn't in here. I'm so sorry. I had some business to take care of, but I did want to get in on thanking you all for your work during this storm and your diligence. And everybody was very responsive, keeping us informed, keeping the community informed, and handling the business. So we appreciate you for making the main thing, and keeping everyone. Good morning. Today is April the 8th. It is 10:55, and I hereby call the Housing and Community Development Committee to order. Ms. Green, please call the roll.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Chair Logan.
Present. Colleagues, we have two items on the agenda for today. The first item is a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate conference sponsorships, donations, and registration fees collected for the State of Memphis Housing Summit 2025 in the amount of up to $25,000. All council districts, sponsored by administration. May I have a motion? It was moved by Councilman Spinoza. Councilman Ford, Sr., and seconded by Councilwoman Swearengin Washington. If you would, please give us your name and address, and you are recognized to speak on this item.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Ashley Cash, I'm Housing and Community Development Director, 170 North Main. So we are coming to ask for the acceptance of these sponsorships for the Housing Summit. We had our 5th annual Housing Summit, February of 2025. Of this year was very well attended. We had over 230 attendees. We had 18 speakers, a lot of local speakers, 4 out-of-town speakers. And within that conference, we talked about tools for homeownership, so different products that banks have that homeowners can access. We talked about how to advocate for positive housing policy within our state. And our 2 keynotes were around supporting emerging developers at scale. So it was a wonderful conference. We raised $25,000 towards the conference with a $5,000 sponsorship from Green and Healthy Homes, $9,000 from Kresge Foundation, $3,000 from registered participants. And so we're just asking to accept those funds into our budget.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions, colleagues? I do want to recognize Councilman Spinoza. Came in after the roll. Thank you. Out there. Okay, if there aren't any other questions or comments, we will go to a voice vote. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? It's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. This item passes. Next, we have item number 2, which is a resolution amending the FY25 Housing and Community Development operating budget to accept, allocate, and appropriate additional revenue collected in the amount of $23,132.14 from the 2024 A Taste of Memphis event held at Tiger Lane, all council districts, sponsored by administration. It's been moved by Councilman Ford and seconded by Councilwoman Swearengin Washington. Now you may have the floor to discuss this item.
All right, great. Thank you. Ashley Cash, Housing and Community Development Director, 170 North Main. Once again, this is for our what we call our annual block party. This was in September of 2024. We have reconciled all of our funds and looked at sponsorships. We received probably over 40 actual sponsorships ranging from ranging from $25 up to $7,000 for a total of $23,000 towards our event, A Taste of Memphis, which we held at Tiger Lane this past year. Within that, we had 2,000 participants, 120 neighborhood booths, organizations came out to participate. The event had dancers, education, acting, so on and so forth. And so it was just really a great event, and we're just trying to accept those funds.
Thank you for that. Any questions or comments?
We love to accept money, so this has been a good committee.
I did want to say, would you have the dates for the next A Taste of Memphis?
I know, I don't, they may know, but it'll be in September, but I'll make sure we get a save the date out to everybody.
All right, great. Also, is there somewhere where we can go and watch the Housing Summit if we were not able to attend?
We have a video that they wanted me to show, but I didn't want to take up time. But we have some of the content that's visible on our YouTube. If I can share that because I don't know the website off the top of my head.
Okay, that's
but
fine.
We'll share that.
If you could send the video to us and share the website, that'd be great. Okay. All right, colleagues, is there anything else that needs to come before this committee? If not, we didn't vote. vote on this one? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, we didn't vote on the last one. For item number 2, all those in favor, we're gonna take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? This item passes. There's no further business before this committee. We are adjourned.
Good morning, everyone. It is now 11:04, and I hereby call the Budget and Audit Committee to order. Yeah. I was going to say, Ms. Regala, Ms. Mauricio, please call the roll. Thank you.
Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilman Spinoza.
Here.
Councilman Ford Sr.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Vice Chair White.
Present. Thank you so much. Item number 1, which is a resolution to establish rules of procedure for Memphis City Council fiscal year 2026, will be moved to our executive session, which is scheduled to start at 2:45 p.m. Moving on to item number 2, which is a resolution allocating funding for neighborhood groups for anti-blight and beautification efforts, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Smiley. May I have a motion and a second? A motion from Councilman Ford and a second from Councilwoman Vice Chair Swearingen Washington. Is Councilman Smiley? we're going to hold that one. Could somebody get Councilman Smiley? And we're going to go to item number 2, which is a So item number 2 is withdrawn from Councilman Smiley. Item 3 is a presentation from Slingshot, all council districts, requested by Councilman Spinoza. Councilman Spinoza, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman White. Welcome to the Slingshot crew. Before they speak, this is a group that I actually just want to let the council know. I met with them between the time that we were all elected and between the time that I was elected and the time I was sworn in. I mean, so we've talked for quite a while. The grant process was changing. It was something that I went through the last time I was on the council. And I do think very highly of this group because of the work that they do. So again, we've met for over 2 years, I guess, or almost 2 years about this. So yeah, this isn't anything new or anything that was brought about because of anything in the news. I honestly try to not pay too much attention to the news. Y'all were at the county commission last week. I think the vibe and energy there is totally different than my intent of asking you to come here today. So I'm excited for y'all to present to the body, and I just wanted to share that with the group. So go ahead.
Thank you. John Donovan, Senior Vice President, Slingshot Memphis, 802 Roselle. And so the intent of what we're about to share is a little bit about what we do and then how it could potentially empower you all. At the core of what we do is trying to ensure that Memphians who are experiencing poverty have access to the absolute best programs and services. So that's our North Star. It drives every decision that we make. So I just want to start with that. What defines our work is trying to use data, research, and analytics in the nonprofit ecosystem that is typically over-reliant on good intentions and not measurable impact. And so the 3 ways we think about executing that are, 1, by offering program evaluation to nonprofits here located in Memphis that are fighting poverty. And in a moment, I'll explain what we think about as fighting poverty because that's sort of an abstract concept. 2 is we offer social impact investment advisory, which is sort of a fancy way of saying for folks, whether they're individuals or bodies or groups that are trying to be philanthropic with their funds, how can they be strategic with those investments? And then lastly is strategic consulting. How can we set up processes? How can we set up institutions in order to fund what's working and improve the things that aren't working as well as it relates to improving the quality of life for Memphians who are experiencing poverty or who are at risk of experiencing poverty? So we currently work alongside 50 plus local nonprofits to help them, 1, understand and measure their impact. So we conduct impact studies, which is our way of evaluating how effective they are at moving the needle for the folks that they serve. And so when we think about our evaluation, it's not an audit that says you passed or failed, you're good or bad, but our evaluation is meant to understand how effective they are and how they can improve. And so on the right of this slide, you'll see these scorecards, which we produce for all of the 50 organizations that we work with. And these scorecards are a synopsis of months of research and analytics and conversations and interviews that we have so that we can understand as a community, here's what's working, here's why it's working, and here's how we scale those things, and here's how we invest in those things. Within that portfolio of organizations, what we've tried to understand is where do they reside and what do they do? So there's over 50 organizations we currently conduct impact studies on, and of those organizations, they are serving over 60,000 unique participants who are experiencing poverty in Memphis and the Shelby County area. The other thing I'll call out here is when we say poverty fighting at Slingshot, what we're really talking about is a combination of interventions that help somebody who is already experiencing poverty or is at risk of experiencing poverty. Poverty in and of itself is sort of an abstract issue. It can even be academic. So we try to break it down and say, these are the primary domains of poverty fighting: economic development, workforce development, health and well-being, housing, legal needs, social needs. And so within that, we've mapped out even a greater tier of what does that actually look like in our nonprofit ecosystem here in Memphis. And so within our portfolio, that'll give you an idea of what types of programs these are, primarily education programs, a heavy influence of social needs programs, but our goal is to develop a portfolio of organizations that we can evaluate and that we can invest in that represent kind of the breadth of what it takes to effectively fight poverty here in Memphis. When it comes to the impact and investment advisory, there's kind of two ways we think about this. One is we work with organizations that are making investments. And when I say investments, the typical vernacular there is donation. We don't think about it as a donation. We think about it as an investment in somebody to help improve their economic mobility or improve their quality of life. So when we think about investments, we're helping foundations make decisions and help them understand what does the evidence suggest is the best way to move the needle for folks experiencing poverty. We're also doing that for local corporations in FedEx and Raymond James and Sylvamo, so that corporate giving isn't just a relational thing, but it's a transformational thing that's using evidence to drive those investments. But the primary thing I want to highlight here is our Accelerate Impact Fund. So every year, we are fundraising throughout the community in order to develop a pot of funds that we will directly invest into the poverty-fighting organizations. And this is separate from our operations funding. So this is a pot of money that every single year, 100% of those investments get deployed to the organizations that we work with. And the way that we make those decisions is based on how effective they are. So an organization that is more effective would receive a larger portion of this fund than an organization that is less effective. And that's not by our intent to punish organizations, but once we understand what's effective, we want to fund that and truly scale that. And for those organizations not as effective, what our impact study is doing is highlighting here are some opportunities that you have, some tactical, tangible ways that you can help move the needle. And so since our inception, we've raised roughly $8 million through this community fund. And what we've actually done is measure the impact of that, and the poverty fighting benefits of that fund is north of $16 million. And so that ROI is about 2.1 over time. As I mentioned, we really value transparency. And when we started talking with Councilman Spinoza, this is where we had some of our initial conversations of, if we're going to make investments as a community, let's make sure that our community understands the rationale behind those investments. And so when we invest in a nonprofit, we're taking into consideration their current effectiveness, number one. Number two, we're seeing their trajectory. Have they improved? Have they regressed? How have they taken this information and helped that drive their decision-making? And then lastly, we also offer a fixed amount the first time we work with organizations, because we recognize that this is something that takes their time. Our impact studies are free of charge. Nonprofits do not pay a single dime to have us work with them, but it does take their time. And we do recognize that every single time, every single moment they're with us, they're not doing something else, and those trade-offs matter. So I want to wrap up with this, and there's a couple slides in the appendix I'll reference, but what we have done over the past couple weeks as we've continued to explore how can we help, how can we empower you all, we actually looked at some of the investments you all made in the last community grant fund. And so what we did is we took the investments that you all made in the organizations that we have relationships with, that we have studied the effectiveness of, that we know the ROI of. And on the left, you will see at an aggregate level what those investments were across this governing body and the actual benefits of those investments. So one thing we really care about too is communicating impact. We as a collective community want to understand how our governing bodies are using tax dollars and what those tax dollars are actually leading to. And so this is one way we think you can do that. And so the way we would capture that is, last year, the Community Grant Fund, $346,000 were invested in the organizations that we actually have a measurable ROI on. And of that, that led to $800,000 in benefits, which is a 2.3 ROI. That's a community talking point that we think should be shared. It's not just about what you invested, it's about what that turned into. Now on the right, you will see how our fund operated. And a couple things I want to call out. The $346,000 that was invested from this governing body was across about 30 organizations. So there's about 30 organizations that you all invested in that are also in our portfolio. The $645,000 that we invested last year was across 55 poverty-fighting organizations, and that led to about $1.5 million in benefits. And the way that we think about this is not celebrating this as the end point, but celebrating it because, A, it helps our community reframe this conversation about investments in the nonprofit sector and how to actually produce measurable impact. But the other thing I'll point to is at the end of this presentation, there's a slide where we've put together across the council members what individual ROIs would have looked like. And the point of this exercise is not to say that council member A, B, or C is much better at their philanthropy than somebody else, but it helps create a conversation around evidence, and it helps create a conversation around data. And what this doesn't show is all of the other organizations you might have invested in that we don't study in our portfolio. But what it does do is help our community understand where the funds were going and what impact those funds were having. Thank you.
We have a couple of council members in the queue. I did have one question. You answered that you all serviced about 30 of the nonprofits that we provided money to in our grant program. I wanted to know, from what you all have seen so far, is there a path forward? One of the complaints that we always hear is, one, we don't really have a universal way of determining the efficiency of some of these programs and their impact. Is there some, and I don't know if you all have this capacity, is there some way to have all of our grant programs come through, and maybe not as intensive as what you would do on a general basis as the 50 that you, I don't know if you manage or consult what the word is, but some kind of program that we can set up for kind of a continuing legal education for not just ours, but maybe even a collaborative effort with the county, where both grant programs that are getting these funds, they go through and we require them to complete this same evaluation. We require them to go through some kind of continuing, I'm saying not continuing legal education, but continuing education as it pertains to how to better service their, the people that they service, as well as how to build capacity. Is that something that you all have thought about or looked into?
Yes, so I'll share two thoughts, and then I'll see if Jared Barnett, who's the CEO and president of Slingshot, wants to add anything. It probably doesn't make sense for us to do the deep, intensive evaluation on every single organization that you all are investing in. But I do think that there's absolutely an opportunity to explore what could different versions of this type of support look like, so that collectively we can understand how to measure things that typically we haven't measured.
Right, because one of the things I've thought about is it would be great because we all are giving money to these different nonprofits. If we said, hey, city, county, and other people could even build from this model. For instance, I know juvenile court uses a lot of nonprofits as well as the criminal court, to be able to say this is the standard rubric that we have for evaluation. Everyone needs to follow these things. These are the measurables that you need to make sure that you keep up with, so that they can be input into you all's spreadsheet or evaluation platform, to be able to, for us to be able to say, hey, this is the impact that these dollars have had over time. And so that was just one of my thoughts. But we have some other council members in the queue. Councilman Smiley.
Logan said you got her messed up. But in all seriousness, first of all, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for Councilman Spinoza for having them come here. And as we look to, I guess, position our community grant program better, in a better position, and hold it in a better light, yeah, I think my concern, or not necessarily concern, what we do, I'm not sure if you know are familiar with how we give grants, is essentially folks come here, give us a 2-minute presentation. You can't get that much in. We say get to the financials. They get to the financials, then they make their ask. And then the council members and whatever information we have about the organization, we then allocate funding. Prior to us allocating funding, there's a mandatory grant class that they have to participate in. How I envision it, I'm not sure if you all have the capacity, or whether Councilman Spinoza has something else coming, because usually we have a presentation, then the council member has something else coming. I know for sure he got something else coming. Don't allow his nice smile to fool you, but he has something else coming. But the way that I envision the next step for the community grant program, because it's something I do hope continues, but the way that I envision it with your organization is a part of the mandatory part for organizations to go through, whether it's training, whether it's teaching them how to effectively use their funds, or something along those lines, or whatever you can do to position them better. Because a lot of times what we see is we have nonprofits who have essentially rely on council fund, and we give them, let's say a council member gives them $5,000, they go to community get $10,000, and then they get in-kind donations and make their way, and they serve a group of people that need help, but in terms of making sure they're using their dollars the best way and making sure we're transparent, there's something that may be lacking. So for me, it's more so how can you all plug in with the way that we do the grant program on the front end so that we know for sure that those agencies, those nonprofits have the capacity to continue serving their populations. Because I don't necessarily believe that this work should be done in silos. I do believe it should be done in a way that is impactful. So hopefully that makes sense. So just trying to figure out how y'all can plug in on the front end.
Think if you want to respond.
Jared Barnett, President and CEO of Slingshot Memphis. So the answer is yes, we'd love to, and I definitely think there are different ways depending on what the council would like for us to be a part of that. Our vision long-term as an organization is that this type of work, whether it's through us or others, becomes the norm for how you think about making poverty-fighting decisions. Just like you wouldn't make a financial investment without understanding a company's financials, you'd want to understand, well, are they making money? Are they growing their revenue? We want to be able to provide similar types of insights and resources to make those decisions when it comes to how effective are we at fighting poverty. And as John mentioned, it's not a good or bad, it's a where are you at and how do we get better? And we do that in a very evidence-based way. So we're not kind of pulling something out of the wind, but we anchor it on research and what has evidence of being effective, both from the nonprofits and the work that they're doing and that they measure, as well as what we can find in research. So it's a really robust way of doing that. And we would love to explore a way to help and have this be something that's pervasive across not just Memphis, but beyond at some point in time.
How long does it, excuse me if I'm still in queue, how long does it take for, I don't know, an organization to go through the complete Slingshot evaluation?
So the first year we work with an organization, it typically takes anywhere from 3 to 6 months, depending on the complexity and the size of those programs. So an organization that offers a bevy of different programs, we want to study each of those individually. But an organization that might only do one thing, it might be more simple to study what they do.
So is it possible to have an abbreviated version of this? An abbreviated version meaning within the council's window, because usually, I don't know, we usually open up the grant program right at the end of, we approve the budget in July 1. Hopefully we have an approved budget by July 1, or things would be bad. And then by August, we open up the council window. And then by September, mid-September, we start allocating funding, or should be allocating funding. Is there a way to have like abbreviated version of this that lasts for a month or month and a half? There's certain criteria that they have to meet. Because the way that I see it, it does put a lot of burden on some of the nonprofits that don't have significant staff or significant resources to meet with everybody. But it helps the council to make decisions saying, okay, if I give this group $5,000, we know for sure it's going to provide a benefit to the people it's supposed to provide a benefit for, as opposed to folks paying their light bills with their own money, with the money they get from council, because there's no way for us to check.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley.
So, Councilman Smiley, I think the answer is yes, there's a way to do that. It minimizes the understanding, and so I think there would be ways to thinking about what is trying to be achieved and at what threshold. So one thought is if an organization receives above a certain thresholds of funds, that might warrant a more extensive study because more funds from the city council are being contributed to that organization. And maybe that doesn't happen in the 1 month between when the budget's finalized and when grants can be allocated, but maybe that happens during the year and it's available for the next year when that organization might ask for grants again. So there's a variety of ways I think that we could work to that, and depending on what's there.
So quick question, and then I'm done talking. So the threshold, you mentioned threshold. Let's say we've given allocations from $500 up to, there's one council member gave all $250. What would that key threshold be for you that would warrant a more thorough review?
Yeah, great question. I think some of that would depend on what the city council would be interested in. So we could specify based on historics what you've done. Is it above 10,000? Is it above 25? Is it above 50? I think some of that might depend on at what level would the city council be most comfortable having that more detailed understanding of how those funds are being used and contributing towards effectiveness, and where might be a threshold where it just may not make sense because it's so low. And something in a much more abbreviated fashion might be appropriate.
Councilman Spinoza, you got some homework.
Thank you. We now have, and we're going to do this in this order. Councilwoman Logan, then Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and then we're going to close it out with Councilman Spinoza.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all so much for your presentation and innovation. I have two questions. One is, what is your definition of effectiveness? And what happens to the organizations that don't meet your effectiveness criteria? Is there a process that they continue on to help them scale up? But first and foremost, what do you mean when you say effective?
Yeah, I love that question. So we think about effectiveness in 5 different domains when we look at a nonprofit's operations. One is their benefit cost ratio, which is their return on investment. So when we as a community invest in them, what measurable benefits come from that? The second is how they actually design and implement their program. So are they using evidence-based best practices? So if you have a after-school program that's focused on literacy development, are you using what science says actually helps somebody learn how to read? Or are you just doing things based on what you think works? And so that second component is how you design a program as it relates to what the evidence suggests is the best way to deliver that program. The third would be what we call measurement infrastructure, which is really how do you use data to drive your decision making? Are you collecting the right data? Are you just collecting everything, right? Are you analyzing that data in a way that says, this is working, this not, so let's figure out why. And then how do you use all that to make better decisions? The third would be how are you collaborating with other nonprofits? What we firmly believe is that there's not a single organization, regardless of how effective you are, you can do this by yourself. So you need to have a great referral system. You need to have a great communication system. You need to identify what your participants' needs are, so then you can say, we're not great at that, but we can get you somebody who can help you with that particular issue. And then the last piece of our evaluation is actually the participant's perspective, right? What is it that they're feeling, experiencing, saying, so that we can understand holistically, not just at a design level and at a data level, but at a experience level, is that person, do they feel empowered to take steps, whether it's toward housing stability or education attainment or finding a living wage pathway? So the first part of that answer is that's how we think about effectiveness. And then the second part of the question was, what happens when organizations aren't as effective? What we conclude every single impact study with is a list of recommendations. And the list of recommendations is not, here's 100 things you need to do, but we prioritize them and package them in a way that says, hey, here's from our lens, right? And we recognize there's plenty of things we still don't know and understand, and they know their community better than we do because they're more proximate. But from our perspective, here's an idea about what you could do to be better at getting the right data. Here's an idea what you can do to actually achieve better outcomes. And we start to outline what those steps are for them, and then they take that and run with it. And then what we also do is we do these studies every year. So we'll come back the next year and check in. What changed, what didn't? And that's not to grade them, but it's to understand, okay, why didn't anything change, right? Let's figure out how to go from there.
At that point, is there a next level, like is there an investment that you make in these organizations that meet the effectiveness criteria? And if these people did not make it, when you come back the next year, if they have scaled up and they're at a better place, are they would they be in line to get funding at that point, or support or capacity building? Because I know there are some organizations, they have capacity building programs that you enter it for, the nonprofit enters that for capacity building, and at every juncture, it supports you in your growth to a certain investment, but it's not rating you per se. So I do like that, but I do want to know, will they be, when you come back, And if they've improved, are they then eligible for your funding?
So the first year we invest regardless of their performance. So
Okay.
that there's a fixed amount that happens the first year we work with them because again,
Okay.
we recognize the time it takes to go through this type of evaluation. But then in subsequent years, the only two criteria we're looking at is their effectiveness or their trajectory. Have they gotten improved or have they increased their impact?
Okay, great.
And
That's
if
what
I could
know.
add to that too, the eligibility for funding is completing an impact study. The amount of funding is based on how effective they are.
Okay.
So they'll always receive some funding from us if they do an impact study and embrace this evidence-based approach to understand their effectiveness. And as John mentioned, this is ongoing. So we don't say, oh, you're not effective, we'll stop working with you. We say, hey, here's where you're at, let's get better and let's help you get there. And so it's very much a growth mindset that
Right.
we take to this.
Okay, I love that. Do you also look at what the impact would be if they were no longer there? If this organization was no longer in the community, what would that impact be? Have you ever looked at that?
The closest thing that we do is we look at what we call the counterfactual. So what would happen if that organization didn't exist?
Yeah.
And that's how we calculate the benefit cost ratio. So in a way, that's kind of a proxy for the value they're creating if they
Right.
didn't exist.
Okay, I love it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank y'all for coming and doing this presentation. I've heard of Slingshot, but I haven't had a full presentation to see exactly what y'all do. So thank y'all for bringing it. And also, Councilwoman Logan asked one of my questions, which were the different metric components, and you outlined those 6. But my question is two and a half questions. Do the nonprofits, the 50 nonprofits that you are helping, do they pay any fees to you all? No? Okay, so it's like community foundation, where you vet for like the corporations and the foundations that are on that other slide to help them put their money in where they want to put
Yeah, so we're a nonprofit ourselves. We raise money for our own operations, and we get that through foundations and corporations and individual philanthropists. That's what we then use to cover all the costs to do the impact study work with the nonprofits, so they don't have to pay anything. And in fact, they get paid for working with us because we invest in them based on a separate set of funds that we raise in the community that John mentioned, where all of those funds go to those nonprofits. So in a way, we pay you to do this work versus charging them for anything.
That's good. And so as I'm sitting here thinking, I know that sometimes we as a council, me included, we as a council sometimes jump on ideas because we think it may be super helpful at the time we're thinking about it. And I know we're asking questions about this upcoming budget season and the grantees, but I know that just looking through and listening to your presentation, it seems very helpful for a lot of the nonprofits that are signed up. And I know you mentioned that you could only base it off a few, our numbers slide off of a few because we only gave to certain amounts that you all work with. But I know a number of nonprofits that we try to help and support are those smaller ones that may not have the capacity to even be on your radar, but they still are helping and outreaching folks in our community that we probably won't get to touch in some of those matters. And I don't yet see this being helpful to a lot of those organizations. I think if you are to come back at the request of any council member, it would need to be very clear on how Ms. Jones' food ministry at Water Park Baptist that's been feeding the homeless over there, 200 homeless for 6 years, and only maybe do it 2 or 3 times a year, but that's impact that might not be on your radar. And so if you are at the request of any council member coming back, my main question would be, how would you be able to help not just the FY25 funds that you noted that are on that list of nonprofits, but how are you helping the other sheet that looks like this that aren't signed on to your program? And then also, as I look on the other page about the foundations and the corporations, The city council isn't in business to be a foundation, is a grant giving entity. That's something that was started to just help, as we stated from my purview, helping folks who may touch the people who we can't get to in our districts, but that still may make an impact. I am all for evidence and database research for everything, but sometimes, depending on how we do our metrics and our evaluations and who we can touch, sometimes it leaves the still small but important groups out. And I would hate for us to implement something like this and then we leaving out dozens of groups that have done good and are doing well in our districts that may not be on your radar because of whatever factors of selection or invitation or application from whoever's side of that, right? But I also, as I mentioned in the previous council meeting, and I'll end on this, Chair, we want to make sure that we're doing things diligently and lawfully and financially responsible as a council, but we are not Thomas Briggs Foundation. We are the city council. We are not Fleetwood. We are not Urban Child Institute. That is not our whole thing of being here. And so we should not put a whole lot of extra effort, and I'm talking about myself and the rest of my colleagues, a whole lot of extra effort in the administration of something that should not be that cumbersome in the first place. So I do thank you all for coming here. If you are at the request of any council member to come back, that main question on how you are going to be able to reach and help the impact and database evidence of all of those other nonprofits that were not named on here, that's going to be my main question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Dr. Warren has a question, then close out with Councilwoman Spinoza. If you had a response, you may proceed, and then we'll go in that order that I just named.
So a quick response, Councilwoman Esther Thomas, is that one of the things we currently do to help any of the nonprofits in the community is we make all our information available publicly. So they can go and find, for instance, they're doing early childcare education. We work with Port Leith. They could go read Port Leith's report and understand, well, what's Port Leith doing that's effective and less effective, and learn from that for their own program. We're also publishing the research, not in the dense academic papers, because I can't stand those, but in very bite-sized ways of understanding it to say, hey, if you're trying to help people re-enter from the justice system and be able to avoid recidivism and get in a stable spot, these are the 3 or 4 practices that are proven to be more effective than other things, so that any nonprofit that is in the community could learn from that and incorporate that into what they do, whether they work with us or not. And so one way we're trying to get that to be much more pervasive and not requiring the same amount of time, but still getting benefits. And if we are invited to come back, we can go into more detail about some ways to address that concern you raised.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for the presentation. I have just one question. I see that you have 50, and 30 of them belong that we support, the council support. If you can get me that list of those organizations, can you do that, of those organizations that we support? And my second question is, if there is an organization in the radius of these communities, because there are a lot of nonprofit organizations in the city of Memphis that is actually doing the same work, but their outcomes may be totally different. Do you share, and it may have been a question that I may have missed, where there may not be impactful, and the keyword that Councilwoman Logan, effective, do your role allow them to say, I'm Banana organization and this is Orange, but Banana is really doing the work in the community? I'm not saying that Orange isn't, but is there a layout where you could connect me and Banana together and say, hey, this is what it's looking like, this is the effectiveness, and this is the impact that it's doing, whether it's financially or how it's improving the community? Because we get one group doing, this is my first year, this will be my second year with the grant money, and it's the same repetitive organizations that are coming. And like my council, my colleague Eastern Thomas said, there are smaller groups that are really, really doing doing the work. But do you share that information? Do you say, hey, look like you all are kind of missing the mark here, and maybe you can look at this organization and kind of mirror what's happening? Because I know every community is different, but poverty is poverty. I don't care where you go in the city, it's poverty. So do you have a layout like that you engage each nonprofit to kind of piggyback or help one another grow and what it looks like?
Yeah. So to your first question, one of the slides in there includes all of the overlap in the organizations, including the return on investment that we had calculated for that organization. So that was one. The second one is, yes, the redundancies and the operation in silos drives us just as crazy. And so what we do is within those, we call them opportunities for greater impact. So at the conclusion of a study, we say, here are opportunities for greater impact. And those are highlighting the things that currently you aren't as effective in. And when it gets to okay, so what do you do about it? We'll actually outline who in the community is doing that well. Now, ultimately, we can't force that connection. We can't force that partnership. But what we do highlight is, hey, if you are working in tutoring and this organization is working in tutoring and they're doing something that's really moving the needle and they're having a much larger impact than you for whatever reason, we want to make you aware of that. And not to say that you have to go do exactly what they're doing, but we want to make sure we break down some of those silos.
All right. And I just see that some of these that you're mentioning, these are really, I think what Councilwoman Eastern Thomas shared. You know, these are these nonprofits are really high dollar nonprofits, and I don't see real small nonprofits that's really out there doing the work that we know that they're doing the work. But what I would like to see is that list of those 30, because if you have 50 and 30, and can we recommend some of these organizations that we know to you all? Because I just want to make sure there's no fee. Am I correct? There's no fee. But I would like to recommend some of the nonprofits that needs a little help. Can we do that if possible to you all, for you all? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Your question, and then
Mine's just a comment, Madam Chair. Some of my friends who are big donors to nonprofits have called me up and talked to me, and I know about you guys. And I think the key thing that you've been doing very effectively is coordinating other people. Y'all been under the radar for a lot of people not really knowing how much you're doing. So being here today is a very good thing. I think all my colleagues learned a lot by you being here, even though they've gone to eat. But I think that what we're going to do is we'll get your information, and as we come up with our council grant program, one of the things we're going to be telling people is we're going to want you to be talking to Slingshot. We're going to want you to be talking to Slingshot. And I think that you'll have some more business this year, and that will make us more effective as a city. So thank you.
Councilman Espinosa.
Dr. Warren, thank you. We joked about this, and thank you, Chairwoman White, too. But Dr. Warren said a lot that I wanted to say. But thank you all. You know, we talked about this when we met again 2 years ago. And just for the record, I found out about y'all when I was not on the city council, and a lot of friends. And I see FedEx on here. I think that's a recent addition for y'all. I mean, this was years ago when I found out about y'all. And again, as just a regular person, from people who are fortunate and want to donate large amounts of money and feel like they're getting a return on their investment. And so that's how we met. And it's been a journey to get here today. So I appreciate all the council members listening. And I think something will come of this. And through the questions today, I think it's a good thing. And I'm glad y'all are here. So Memphis should celebrate that y'all are here. So yay. Thank you for doing what you do in the community. And that's really it. And we'll be in touch again soon. I would encourage council members to get with you too. Maybe reach out to council members and see,
Thank
but
you
I'll bring
all.
something up soon. Thank you.
I'm also going to set up a meeting with you all. So if you all will wait just a second, I have some thoughts and ideas. And Councilman Espinosa, I'll be talking to you and Dr. Warren and Cooper Sutton, because maybe we should do some type of ad hoc, bringing together the new joint neighborhood that's over nonprofits, Slingshot, to kind of help advise those efforts, and then our grant program. So I want to talk to you all and see if you all have capacity to assist in that way, because I do think that we can better galvanize or pull together our own efforts. And I think that you all would be great at advising us in that way. So thank you all for coming today. With that, that's our last
It's 1:07. We want to call the Transportation Committee to order. Call the roll, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Present. Chair Ford Sr.
Present. We have one item, and that's a monthly update from TransPro and Matter Board members. All council districts requested by myself. Mr. Lewis, we have you here. Who else? You want to come on up? State your name, address, and everything. We're ready to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John Lewis, One Commerce Center, MATA. Pleasure to be with you this afternoon. I want to give you an update on the progress of the Memphis Area Transportation Authority. Since our last meeting, the interim leadership team has been focused its efforts on stabilizing the agency in 3 areas that we've established our focus upon: that satisfied customers, community trust, and city investment. Those are the pillars of our activity at the agency. In essence, our focus is on operational and financial stability at the agency. From an operational standpoint, our focus is squarely on delivering reliable, safe service to our customers. And in that vein, there are a couple of accomplishments that have occurred over the last month that we are pleased to report to the committee on. We've identified an existing grant, an unencumbered existing grant that the agency had acquired several years ago that enable us to purchase new state vehicles, 15 new paratransit vehicles that will arrive in early summer. This will enable us to increase our fleet size, retire some of our older, worn-out vehicles. This will also provide greater reliability to our customers and enhance our service delivery. We're also focused on providing new 40-foot buses for our fixed route service. We'll be bringing that activity to Seeking Authority from the board at our next board meeting. In the meantime, the delivery cycle for larger vehicles is at a much higher much longer delivery rate than our smaller paratransit vehicles. That's about a year from ordering to those vehicles being on site. So in the meantime, we are working with sister agencies, identifying agencies around the country who have the ability to allow us to acquire their gently used vehicles to help us bridge the gap between current operations and when our new ordered 40-foot buses will arrive in Memphis. We have had some success in that, and we're working with some of those agencies to identify the best of their available fleets and work on transferring ownership to us. That will enable us to increase reliability for service over the next year until our new vehicles arrive. Second, from a financial and community trust standpoint, we've also initiated a review of all non-employee spend to decrease unnecessary and redundant spending. We want to make sure that as much of the agency's funding as possible can be shifted towards operational use. Our focus has got to be primarily, the majority of the spending has got to be focused on putting transit service on the street and not towards supporting unnecessary or redundant administrative funding and administrative spend, as has been the practice in the past. And so that review is underway, and we've identified numerous areas where we can eliminate expenditures, particularly those that are redundant. We've also instituted an immediate travel ban on all non-safety certification related travel. There are some areas where, particularly for our safety and mechanical staff, where they need to maintain their certifications, and we want to make sure that we continue to support that. But all other travel that are not related to supporting the operations of our on-the-road fleet have been ceased. From a city investment standpoint, we've initiated a grant review and prioritization of our capital projects. Our focus is on getting our trolleys back up and running, and we're in the process of putting together an interim rubber-wheeled, for lack of a better term, trolley service until we can get our steel-wheeled trolleys back up and running in concert with the State Department, Tennessee State Department of Transportation. Lastly, we've also, it has been well documented, gained complete control over the department's credit cards, and that has been well documented both by the board of the agency board, and we've outlined that to council. Those credit cards have been turned off. We are completely in control of all of those cards, and we are working towards establishing a P card program that has much stronger firewalls and guardrails, so that those kinds of misappropriations and misuse of agency cards cannot happen in the future. So just want to mention those new paratransit vehicles, 15 new vehicles, as I mentioned, 100% grant funded. That's a $2.2 million allocation. Those will be arriving at MATA early summer, and we're looking forward to getting those in service as soon as possible to enhance service reliability for our patrons. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Aaron Headley, our Chief Financial Officer, to talk about our key performance metrics from a financial standpoint. Aaron?
Has joined us, and Councilwoman White joined us.
Thank you. Aaron Headley, One Commerce Square. As John mentioned, thinking about success outcomes with as it relates to the city's investment in MATA, we've come up with 3 primary key metrics that you can see listed here on the left. Past due percentage of payables as a percentage of total payables, administrative cost as a percent of total operating cost, and cost per hour to operate the fleet. The most fully baked one of these is the first one I mentioned, past due as a percentage of total payables. Right now, we've been using our vendors as a source of liquidity by stretching the terms that they have offered to us. So currently, you can see up here that our target for past due payables is less than 10%, being 30 or more days past due. We are not close to that right now. We are at 94% as of the last 2 measurement dates, being over 30 days past due. And that is a function of the amount of cash that we have to pay those folks. And we are hoping to get many of those folks more current in the near future. But right now, we've got a laser focus on putting buses on the road and making sure that we do not run out of money by the end of the fiscal year. The second one, as I mentioned, administrative cost as a percent of total operating cost. As John mentioned earlier in his presentation, there has been more spending in the administrative side of things than there should be as it relates to total spend. We really need to move that towards operations and putting buses on the street. That is a constant focus for us, but it is not ready for prime time in terms of determining kind of where we are as it relates to that goal. We're a little too early right now to get into details on that. Suffice it to say, there's a lot of room for improvement. And then finally, similarly with cost per hour, since we haven't been brought up to speed fully on, or we're not up to speed fully on the actual costs that we're spending, sending out the door, we don't actually have this target that we can offer you right now. So that's another one that is in process, but it's a sort of an industry standard. So just to wrap up, we are currently taking control as best we can of all of the different vendors that are used at MATA. We're really focused largely on duplicative vendors, as John mentioned, and on the administrative side of things. There's been a lot of tech spend historically at MATA, and we believe there's a lot of room for both improvement in terms of systems, but at the same time, taking a lot of the tech spend out of the system.
From an operational standpoint, as I mentioned, providing reliability for our customers is our #1 priority. From an on-time performance, our goal is 85%, and on-time performance is the percentage of buses that arrive no earlier than 1 minute early and no later than 5 minutes after the posted time. Our goal is to reach 85. We have made, beginning in January when we first took over, that number was 63%. We've made a slight uptick in the month of February to 64. We want to, as we continue to receive pay vendors, receive parts so we can fix buses, get our vehicles on the street, and purchase new vehicles, we will continue to see an increase in our reliability and on-time performance. This will take some time to get to that goal, but we will continue to see that trend in an upward fashion. Missed trips has been a serious problem for the agency, not only as vehicles and manpower have been a challenge, but also from a transparency standpoint. It has been well documented in the past that the administration has not been forthcoming with our customers with the status of the service that we've been placing on the street. We eliminated that last month. The amount of service that we are placing, putting out on the street equals what is being advertised in our schedule. And so our goal in that is to have 0 missed trips. In January, 1/3 of our scheduled service did not leave the operations facility on a daily basis. We are working towards 0. Last month, we've gotten that down to 21%. Again, as we fix vehicles, as we're acquiring new vehicles, our goal is to get to 0. Last month, in the month of February, we've gotten that down to 21%, and we will continue to see that number trend down. Our goal is 0 missed trips on a daily basis. And our community commitment score, which is the combination of on-time performance for the trips that you put out on the street on a daily basis. Our goal is 85%. In January, it was 42. We've seen, as we continue to put more service on the street, that should continue to move up. We've seen an uptick in the month of February to 51, and we'll continue to see that move forward as we continue to work towards sustainability and reliability of our service from an operational standpoint. And as I mentioned, as we're working with sister agencies to bring some additional vehicles into operations, we'll see that number move forward. And as we replace the older vehicles in our fleet with newer vehicles, that number will continue to get better. Our goal, again, is 0 missed trips, and at the end to have no less than 85% on-time performance. Thank you, sir. From a paratransit standpoint, our on-time performance goal is 98%. The agency's done a pretty good job of that. For the service that is put on the street in January, it was 98%. We saw a slight decrease in February, but that was because we had a slight fleet problem that has been overcome. We're looking forward to that reaching back up to our standard of 98 when our data comes out from March. We did have a challenge with capacity denials, more people requesting service than we had vehicles to provide. Again, that goal is 0. In January, we denied 3% of our customers were denied service as a result of lack of vehicle capacity or customer denials being late. Ticked down in February to 2%. But again, our goal is 0, and we'll continue to work towards that and looking forward to March data. And our goal, once again, is 0. Our community commitment score, again, the combination of on-time performance for the service that is put on the street is 98%, and we'll continue to work towards that. Because of that fleet challenge problem that we had in February, we only were at 93%. But again, we'll work towards that 98% community commitment score. Now I'm going to turn back to Aaron for our finance report for the month.
Thanks, John. The way that we look at the finances here at MATA right now is on a weekly cash forecast basis, because cash is king. If you don't have cash, you can't operate. So this is more important to us than historical reporting. That is still important, but we are really focused on cash right now. So what you'll see in front of you, the top section is cash receipts. The middle section is cash that is sent out the door. And then that gets you down to the bottom section, where the very bottom number is the cash balance at the end of any given week. So the good news here is that those are all mostly positive numbers until the very last week of the forecast. A couple of points that I'll highlight here. You can see circled in red, the week of March 28th, we received about $5.56 million from the state of Tennessee, which was great. We were able to, excuse me, we were able to accelerate the receipt of those versus where the agency had been able to receive those in prior years. That really has helped us a lot with feeling a little more comfortable with our cash position. Now our eyes are focused on the second red circle, which is $6.1 million the week of May 9th. Just got news this morning that is likely to be accelerated even sooner than that. So great news again. We are managing in the second section. This is where you can see that we're managing our payables. In the forecast, we actually don't manage them as much as we do on a practical basis, but for the sake of conservatism, we keep it at sort of a normalized payment level in here, and then we pull back on those payments as needed. The amounts that were received by the state of Tennessee at the end of March did allow us to do a bit of catching up on some of these vendors. So you'll see that the vendor payments line that week was a bit higher, and we expect it to be higher again next week as we get some folks caught up. The bottom line, the forecast week of June 6th does show a slightly negative balance of cash of $357,000. That in and of itself, I don't have concerns about. What you don't see is sort of the weeks beyond this, which go even further negative because we don't have any funds coming in that month in the forecast. That is going to be, hopefully that will change once the federal government, once the FTA allows us to draw the remainder of the funds for the year. If that is allowed to happen relatively soon, then I think we will be okay in the month of June. If it is delayed and we don't have a lot of visibility on this, we've asked the FTA themselves. As of this morning, they don't have any visibility when that could happen. If it's delayed, we're going to do our best to manage through it through the month of June. Key messages here. A lot of this is stuff that I've already talked about. The $5.6 million from the state of Tennessee, $6.1 million expected from the FTA in mid-March. And then what I didn't mention was the amount of FTA funds coming from the federal government should be about $7.5 million once those are able to be drawn down. The question is just one of timing, not one of amount.
And then lastly, our activity over the next month, as we've mentioned a couple of times, from a people standpoint, since 2017, we've seen the trend of the agency to grow the administrative spend and to decrease the operational activity. The administrative area of the agency has continued to grow from a spending standpoint and from a people standpoint. But the service levels that we put on the street has continued to decrease over that time. So we're working to reverse that trend. We want to put more service on the street and decrease the bloat within the agency from an administrative standpoint. From a non-people standpoint, we talked about the duplicative spend, particularly from an IT standpoint. So we've identified that, and we want to reverse that trend. And so right-sizing the agency, eliminate the duplicative spend from particularly focusing on from an IT standpoint and tightening up our procurement policies and regulation and practices will help us identify and create a balanced budget for FY26. And so as we are continuing to finalize the FY26 budget for the board, these are the areas that we will be focusing on. Right-sizing the agency and eliminating the wasteful spend in the agency so that we can maximize the investment from an operational standpoint. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation for this month.
I appreciate you so much. Before I go to the queue, my vice chair, Councilwoman Green, I know you're listening. I just want to tell you, you get well and hurry on back here, yeah? Because we miss you, okay? First, we have Councilman Warren, Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we'll get Councilwoman Green back here, I'm pretty sure. As I look at the buses that go up and down Poplar, I'm just wondering how many of our large buses are actually full and what is their average load during rush hour? How many of them have 30 passengers or 40 passengers? And how many of them have 5 or 10? And if what we're doing on the majority of our routes are running buses with, 5 or 10 people on the bus, can we not find smaller type vehicles that would take the volume that we have and be able to purchase them and put them on the road for certain routes to be able to make sure we serve those routes while we're waiting to see if we can actually get ridership up? What is y'all's thought process on that? Why have we not done that?
I think, number one, I don't have the exact data at hand for those routes, but I can get that and get that back.
So you can look at that.
Sure.
And see, because in my mind, and everyone we drive and we see the buses go by, I can't remember seeing a full bus.
Sure.
So I'm just wondering if we're not filling those buses up, then why are we buying the big buses?
Sure. But I think your underlying question is, are there cost savings to be gathered by using smaller vehicles?
Or if cost savings and the efficiency and time, you made timeliness.
So
Because if we don't have the big buses to run, I know we can purchase, those little Mercedes-Benz buses or transit vehicles that carry 12 to 18 people.
Sure. I think in certain routes and certain times, there are opportunities to utilize smaller vehicles, to right size, to put the right vehicle to connect to the demand on certain corridors.
When will you be bringing that sort of information to your board?
When right now, we are looking at the opportunities to do that. Right now, we're looking at stabilizing the agency. So getting into service design is a little further down the road
But
for us.
I'm saying it's sort of hard to stabilize the agency when what we've seen is you've got 60% of your buses available to go to fill your routes. So you can't do that, right?
But the point that I think you're meeting, the cost of putting service, we're looking at the cost per hour or per mile for putting a vehicle in the street. Really, the majority of that cost is the operator behind the wheel. And so putting that same operator in a smaller vehicle, they aren't going to get the amount of cost savings.
So the reason that we're not running routes is not because we don't have buses that are running, it's because we don't have drivers? You said the operator behind the wheel is the reason that that's the cost.
No, that's the cost driver, right.
So, but I thought the issue that we had was that we didn't have reliability because we didn't have enough buses to meet our routes because our buses were broken down. The last time you reported to us, our buses, we didn't have enough buses running to be able to meet all of our routes on frequent occasions.
So I think we're talking two different things. So from a reliability standpoint and our ability to meet the scheduled service, there are reliability issues. There are questions of the numbers of vehicles.
Okay, that was the one thing. That's why I'm saying smaller buses, get those in because you just said we have a year-long time period. You just got in the paratransit vehicles.
Right.
There's smaller vehicles that are available. So that's why I was trying to ask that question.
So if there are opportunities for us on certain routes to use the smaller vehicles and meet the demand, absolutely that makes sense. But if there's higher demand than those 5 to 10 passenger vehicles, then you're actually raising the cost of operating.
I'm talking, you can get smaller ones that will do 15 to 20, right? You have smaller vehicles that do 15 to 20 that you can get that I think are commercially available that you can buy. So that's what I'm looking at because I'm saying most of our buses are not taking more than 15 or 20 people. And that's something that I think you guys ought to be able to know.
Sure.
And it shouldn't be hard to be able to figure that out. So that's what I'm asking you to look at and bring back to us next time is how many people really are riding the bus? And as you're looking at waiting and saying we can't make it reliable because we don't have the vehicles, then what would happen if you had cheaper vehicles that were smaller that actually met your demand?
Sure.
So I guess that was one question. And so you'll bring back the number of people that are actually on the routes so we can know that at your next meeting next month.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I guess the other thing is, tell me a little bit more about the credit cards. Who had them and how hard was it to pull in credit cards and just cut them off? Because it sounded like it was hard to do.
That doing attorney-client? Okay.
I'll take that question back. We'll just be fine. Thank you.
Council members, if we can keep this, okay, I got you.
Thank you, Chair. And I understand the part about attorney-client. So my desire is for information is along the same lines. Has anyone where are we in assessing the need and assessing who the population is. I know previously there were studies done, and I'm not sure who did them and where they are, but we've already had studies done on the ridership and what fits the ridership that we have, the frequency and the population. There was a study done, money's already been spent doing that. I'm not sure if that was the city's information or was that Matta's information. Can it still be used? Does it still apply? Because that would save you a lot of trouble if that information is still, it's ours and can be used, knowing how many people are riding, how often the buses need to go. We had that brought to us last year. So I just kind of want to know if they're starting at that point, because that's the kind of thing is needed. Because I see that we're buying some more smaller vehicles that did come from that study. I'm not sure if I'm like Dr. Warren, doesn't seem to be that we're needing big buses. We talked about electric buses. We talk about the frequency and where they're supposed to go. So are we starting over with the assessment? And if so, when are you bringing that information? And how are you ascertaining this information if you don't have that type of data? Is first question. Second question is, now that we know the part about the administrative spending from the last situation, we've heard that over and over. What do we do now? Like, what are you doing different? What do you propose to do? How are you going to change administration? Will the size of administration shrink? What are you going to do to right size that part? Is the third one. And then how many of the top administrative expenses and structure was in place before you came? Before 2024. I'm not sure if that can be answered by you, because I know we're making notes of what was being done, in 2024 with credit card or whatever, but how many of that has been in place historically? I think there was some reference made to a box or some things, but how did that just happen, or is that the way it's always been and we're having to fix it now? That's the third question. Is that the same thing? Okay, well, we can answer that part. So the first two, and then we'll get to the third one, attorney-client. What's informing your study, your information that you're giving?
I'm not quite sure about the study you're referring to, but we are in our service redesign. We're looking at all of the available information. So we're looking back at the plans that were set up prior to, and how we can inform our current plans to make sure that what we're doing now.
Excuse me, clarification. When can you submit to us the information that you've gathered, a report on what you've gathered information-wise? What you're talking about now, when can we get that information submitted to us?
Well, the report, what report are you referring to?
The information that you are saying that you've gathered, or you've looked back at, and you've taken all of that and done an assessment. When can we get that data?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what report we're referring to.
I think she's looking for a report addressing what Warren asked you. How are you going to right size and address the volumes, the underutilization of vehicles, overutilization of vehicles?
So you're talking about the service delivery.
Service
Delivery model.
Oh, yeah.
Well, not just
a report about your conclusions on that.
Oh, yeah. That's an ongoing process. We're not necessarily looking to provide a report to that. We are working with the board to get their priorities for what is the board's priorities for service delivery, and working with our board of directors to design that based on available resources and their priories for service delivery.
No,
so that's an ongoing process.
Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but I know we can't be here all day. What I specifically asked was, the data the information you're sharing with us came from you analyzing some data. and you doing some surveys or you looking over information. Once you look at all that information historically, in the future, and get the information from the board as to what they want and what you're seeing that actually is happening, what the ridership looks like and the volume, and you put all of that together and you make a recommendation. When are we going to get that recommendation based on your report of findings and your recommendation based on those findings?
Well, our next service change will be in July. So we'll be making service change recommendations to the board in July.
Based on
our funding availability, our numbers of vehicles we have available, and the board's priorities for service.
Do you have any information on ridership? Will any of that be taken into consideration?
Sure. Farebox, ridership, all of that will be taken into consideration.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually don't think I can ask all the questions that I want to ask, looking back at Attorney Wade. You mentioned that June, you might not be able, you said in June, if we don't get, you're going to have to make business decisions or you're going to manage your way through it, I think was what you said. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Sure. The cash forecast is done on a conservative basis, meaning normal course, paying what we should be paying on a weekly basis. In order to manage that when we have shortfalls, we don't pay everything that otherwise might be due in the normal course. So June, as I get a little bit of a better understanding of what June is looking like vis-a-vis the amount of cash we have as we sit here today, 12 weeks in advance, give or take, we will start making business decisions of who to not pay or how much to not pay.
Okay, so not winding down
absolutely not
the operation. Okay.
No.
What about, and then I guess as I'm looking at this, and I didn't see this in the email, I totally may have missed it, but the draft cash forecast that we're looking at, the 23,000, you're forecasting 19,491. So I'm just looking at top line, I'm assuming. So is that ridership revenue?
Yeah, that's primarily farebox.
So I guess, and I'm wrapping up, Chairman, I'm trying to back into it. So for the week of April the 4th, $19,491, and I did that by 7 days. I did 20,000 by 7 days a week, and I'm saying $1.50 a ride. I mean, so it looks like it's about 1,900 passengers a day, I guess. Does that sound about right?
I'd have to do the math and look into it myself.
Okay.
I can do that.
And then last question. We have not approved any funding for MATA as a body since January. Okay. And I just remember voting no then personally. I'm just saying that I think that was in January, and that's the last I remember. So they've not received any funding from the city since.
There's no pending request.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to recommend that since there's no financial request or request of us today, that we accept the report. Thank you.
And other than that, when we're talking finance and all, then we will have an attorney-client meeting. Okay, that's where we can talk about the finance, everything else. Is that all right with the council, the body? Okay.
Chairman Ford.
Yes.
I just had a quick question that I just wanted, please.
Okay.
I know that, Councilman, I don't want to be
I'm gonna
disrespectful
get
the
with
order.
you. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I will. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we got Dr. Easter Thomas. And then we got Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. I hate to kind of echo my colleagues' questions, but I'll still say it. On two of the slides, I was looking for more information. The one, where is this? Success outcomes, where it says talking about optimizing the city's investment and not having the data to show if we have optimized the city's investment on that particular slide. So that one was really the main one that I was concerned about, that differs from the other things that my colleagues have said. So I would love to get that information. You know what slide I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Love to get that information to show if it was a success, because it's on the slide that says success, but there aren't any numbers.
It's a forward-looking success outcome, so I wouldn't say we're at success.
It says
right now.
TBD though, so
Yeah, we're
that's still considered success, to be determined success. Okay. And then also question I'm sure we're gonna get later, but is the same amount gonna be requested for MATA in fiscal year 26's budget? I guess that's just a yes or no question. I don't know. MATA. Whoever has the answer.
I don't want to get ahead of the mayor's presentation.
That's why I said yes or no. Yeah. Is it the same thing requested of the city? Towards MATA, not towards Chief.
What was your request for the budget? That's what she's asking. Yeah.
Right. Well, our budget hasn't been passed yet by the board, so there hasn't been a request made of the city as of yet.
What was the amount approved to close out this fiscal year from January?
I'm sorry,
what should you be getting?
What's the amount of money that you were expected to have from the city from January 2025 to June 2025?
At present, there's been a $5 million, and there's no pending request from MATA to the city.
Okay. Sorry to ask that question, Chief, ahead
That's
of
all right.
4 o'clock, but I was just interested. Last question, what Councilwoman Logan asked about the information, when should we be expecting that data? I know you said it's an ongoing process, but are you able to, in our monthly updates, give us that ongoing data, or we can't see it now?
The data regarding the information regarding our service plan for July, is that the
Yes, sir.
information you're looking for?
It's Councilwoman Logan. I'm sorry, I'm laughing, but it's kind of ridiculous. The same thing that Councilwoman Logan is asking. Whatever data you're using to make these slides, we want to see that. And you said it's ongoing process when you responded to her. My ask is, can we see that in our monthly updates, even though it's ongoing? Can you continue to update us with that, or is that too much to ask?
Let me take it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Some of these questions that are being asked is going to be in our attorney-client meeting, okay? We cannot discuss a lot of things here because it was a mess and we're trying to straighten it out. So just bear with us. No, let me, I'm the chair, but hey, I'm just saying, some things we can't discuss right now. The question that's being asked, we're still working toward it. And the question that you were asking, yes, we may have to come back. They're not asking for anything, but I'm quite sure we're gonna have to come back before the end of June, okay? But attorney-client meeting will bring up all the questions that everybody's asking.
Yeah, to address what you're doing, what you're asking, there's no request on the table of us today. When that is initiated by the administration, then we may have a list of information that we want to inform our decision about how we will act on it. We aren't there yet. All of what we're doing now is premature.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilwoman said.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's not a money.
Good enough.
Thank you for this presentation. But the first question that I heard you say, I heard a comment that you made was more service on the street. But what I have evaluated, standing on the corner of Evers Presley and Brooks, I think Dr. Councilman Warren alluded to that. My question is, how are we going to build the trust back of this community? What is your plan? Because the model that we have now is a failing model. And so I would like for you to come back with a new model that that you all are working on or have in place to build the trust of the community, because they have found other means and other ways of getting back and forth in their transportation. And I understand the money is most important and significant, but getting the trust back. What does your model look like? What are your plan? More service on the street, but you don't have the people to ride. So what are you doing to get the community's trust back, that we can kind of pick up this? Because they've made other means, because they were forced into a place where they had to find other means. And so this community that I've been living in for 30 years, when you force us and our hands are forced to do something different, we tend to lean more so of that because the distrust is there. And we don't want to be put back in a situation where we were. And so my question to you, maybe you can bring it back, I'd like to see a new model. What are your plans to build the trust? Because this model that we have right now is a failing model. And if you're planning on bringing that model back, I just advise not to ask for no money. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilwoman Walker.
If I may, Anna McQuiston, Vice Chair of the Board of Commissioners for MATA. I do want to respond to you. What the board has asked TransPro to do is we absolutely know that the community trust is broken, and it is the most important thing that we can do. I would ask you to consider that I think the model was not necessarily broken. It was the fact that we were not delivering on the model that we were promising. And so our number one priority right now is to deliver on the service that we tell people we're going to provide, because we're not doing that right now. So we've got to deliver on time. We've got the buses. We need the buses to show up. And that, to me, I think is the first step of many that we need to make to build back that community trust. And that has been one of the priorities that the board has asked for in considering all of these things, is that, and the second that aligns with that is that every single dollar that we spend, we want the maximum amount of that to be going to delivering that service so that someone can count on that bus showing up when they need it to get to their job, to get to the doctor, to get home, to eat dinner with their kids. That's our priority right now. And so I think that what our first step is deliver on what we say we're going to do. And then the next step, hopefully, is that we will be able to talk about how do we expand that? How do we do more?
Okay, well, thank you. I just wanted to just get clarification, and you did, just to make sure that we don't end up back here losing the trust of us that live here, that want to use the bus, and get it to a more innovative way of living, and so that the community can really be proud of MATA and know that we can assure they can get from point A to point B.
100%.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Before you, Councilwoman, thank you very much for saying some things, because let me just, I think I can say this. When we were told that a bus was broke down and the bus was sitting somewhere else, that was not being the truth told, okay? We'll discuss that a little bit further in the attorney-client meeting, what I just said. These are things that we are finding out. You tell us one thing, it's not true. We want to make sure that we're looking at everything. That's why in the attorney-client meeting, we can talk a little bit more, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do want to acknowledge the members. We have some of the members joining us today with Better Transit for a Better Memphis. Thank you all for coming out today and your continued work and support on behalf of a Better Transit for Memphis. So my colleague Cooper Sutton, she mentioned something about building the trust, and you all don't know me as well, but I consistently talk about communication and sharing information. And so within efforts to reestablish trust, what are you all doing in terms of communicating with the riders, and what is taking place to uplift the morale of the staff? You're making these improvements, you're gonna increase the fleet to where it's supposed to be. Are you doing any real-time strategic messaging in regard to this, keeping the riders updated on the site in some capacity? And once again, my second part question, what are you doing to support and increase the morale of the staff?
So 2 parts to your question. In terms of internal communication, we communicate weekly. There's a message from me every Friday to all of the staff on the topic of the week. And that's about an update of our accomplishments and what the plans are moving forward. Unfortunately, for the last few weeks, there's been a number of things that we've had to explain to staff that haven't been necessarily positive. But we've tried to push through that to keep them focused on the mission of the agency, and that's to provide service to our customers and to the community that we serve. Second, from an external standpoint, communicating to our customers, we use our customer communications system, which is our email and text messaging system, not just about what is going on at the agency, but also communicating on day-to-day issues for storm preparations, for storm activities, for detours of the agencies, and when we have problems at the agencies on particular routes, what are we doing to alleviate those problems? And so we not only want to communicate internally and externally about the strategic issues and long-term issues of the agency, but about the day-to-day impact to our employees, our partners, and our customers about what's going on at the agency.
Okay, thank you for that. So is it possible for you to share the updates, those communication updates with us as well, because that will help us stay informed and connected in a way that we have not been already? And I'm receiving some messaging right now in real time from our communications director Houston. And so there are some options where you all can explore with her as well. And this was discussed in our earlier meeting last year in terms of some things that she could help you all with. And with that, I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Chief, you have anything else to say? Okay, good enough. Mr. Lewis, I appreciate you all coming and giving us this update. And we want to put it back on schedule for 2 weeks. Our next meeting, rather. And I'd like an update on reports.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. What we will do is we'll work with you to kind of flesh out the data or the reports that's been provided. Will provide you the background data on this information. And if there are any additional updates, we'll provide that in 2 weeks.
Good enough. Okay. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. The April 8th meeting of the Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Thank you. Chair Canale. Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilman Spinoza. Councilman Ford Sr. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman White. Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Logan. Vice Chair Swearingen Washington.
Thank you. Agenda item number 1, S2441. The location is 4014 Grandview Avenue. There is a request to overturn a decision of the Land Use Control Board, District 5, Super District 9. And we would like to make a special note for the record that Councilman Carlisle has recused himself in writing from all deliberations, discussions, and consideration on this item for the council. Can we get a motion and a second for this item? All right, it's been properly moved by Councilman Spinoza and seconded by Councilman Edmund Ford Sr. We know that this is an appeal of a 2-lot division. The location is in East Memphis, and the Land Use Control Board did approve the subdivision neighborhood with opposition, is appealing. The DPD recommends approval. Given this is an appeal, we would like to hear some more information about that. Who from the administration is here to speak? Please give us your name and your address for the record.
Good afternoon. I'm Chloe Christian with DPD 125 North Main Street. So I'll be presenting this case. As you mentioned, this is an appeal of the Land Use Control Board's decision to approve a 2-lot residential subdivision. The applicant is Councilman Chase Carlisle, and he's represented by Josh Whitehead, who's here with us today. The location is 4041 Grandview Avenue, and it's in District 5 and Super District 9. Here's a location map and vicinity map of the property. It's located in East Memphis area. The property is zoned residential single-family 10 and is surrounded by predominantly single-family land uses. Here are some photos of the site. Currently, it is a vacant lot with an existing asphalt drive that's proposed to remain. So this property is located in Crump's addition to Grandview Avenue subdivision, which was platted in 1951. I'd like to note the 112-foot building setback on this plat, which is preserved in the proposed subdivision, which you can see on your screen now. So the subdivision subdivides the existing parcel into 2 lots, each of over 33,000 square feet in size, which is well over the required minimum per the code. The 112-foot setback is maintained, as well as a 5-foot setback indicated on this plan. However, the conditions actually increase the side yard setback as well. So this plan was found to be consistent with the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan as well. And in conclusion, as I mentioned, the proposed front setback aligns with the platted setback for the area, and the lot widths and lot square footage are well over the required minimum per the code. The applicant has also provided their own additional conditions to increase compatibility with the area currently, which are on this screen here. So staff recommended approval with conditions, and the Land Use Control Board decided on approval with conditions and waivers, which are on your screen here. And I'm happy to answer any further questions about this. Thank you.
All right, so since this is an appeal, I would like to suggest that this go down without recommendation. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 2, Z25-02, rezoning of East Shelby near Lamar from CMU-3 to EMP. It's a light industrial. Its proposed use is a truck stop. DPD and Land Use Control Board has recommended approval. If we can please hear your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon.
Excuse me, can I get a motion in a second? It's been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Warren. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Nabanita Nira with DPD 125 North Main, presenting the case Z25-002. The subject property is located at 4890 East Shelby Drive, which is north side of East Shelby Drive, approximately 300 feet west of Lamar Avenue. The applicant is requesting to rezoning 1.702 acres from commercial mixed-use 3 to employment. Here are the location map and vicinity map. Here are the zoning map and land use map. The land use map shows that the zoning of the subject property currently matches the zoning of the properties directly adjacent to its east and northeast boundary line. If approved, the EMP would be consistent with the properties to the west and south of the subject property. These are the site photos of existing condition. Here is a plot plan. The applicant is proposing to rezone the portion of the subject property that is currently zoned as CMU 3, which is the south of the floodway. The proposed rezoning is consistent with Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. In conclusion, the surrounding land uses are primarily warehouse distribution related, including truck and trailer parking. Lamar Avenue and its intersection with Shelby Drive have become warehouse and distribution corridor with substantial truck traffic. Staff finds the request is compatible with surrounding zoning district and land use and Memphis 3.0 general plan. The Land Use Control Board recommended the approval on March 13th.
All right, any members in the queue? Okay, Councilwoman Walker.
Can you go back, I think, 3 slides? So it's just a truck stop only, convenience store or anything? It's just the drop yard, we're just hearing different names these days.
Yes, Brett Ragsdale with DPD. So with the rezoning, it will allow any uses in the EMP zoning district, which is our light industrial. So the proposed use is what they've requested this rezoning for is a truck stop. So it would, likely have some type of convenience store with truck refueling. And it is compatible with the surrounding, EMP is surrounding the property as well, which is the light industrial district.
So this structure will remain?
The applicant is here. If you wanted to ask any questions of them, they may be able to answer that.
Again, David Bray with the Bray Firm, 2950 Stage Plaza North. That building's no longer there. In fact, if you go back to the aerial, the building that's on the hard corner, you see where that was the right one. You see where the red CMU3 is, and that's gone. That everything that's in there now yeah, I figured you were. It's all gone. And the truck stop, that's what the applicants have indicated that they might like to try. At this point, we haven't put any truck template turning movements on there. We're not even sure if that's going to work. But anything in the EMP zoning is where they would ultimately be headed with this.
Okay, and thank you for that. So because of the repaving of Lamar, so all 4 corners at that intersection, everything's been gutted out, so to speak. So you're saying they're not completely decided on what they're going to do, but my real question was with respect to the timeline, to the surrounding construction, the repaving of Lamar. When do you all expect to have this done, or are you gonna wait? Because right now, a median is being placed through there.
Correct.
So I don't know, yeah. So a median is being placed right through there. And when do you all are you gonna wait till all the work is done?
That's my understanding at the moment is that they're going to wait. So probably end of third quarter or beginning of fourth quarter this year would be when they would start the planning process. So we're probably looking at early next year before there would be any construction.
Okay, and finally, will you all be having any EV chargers? If not, is that something that can be added?
Yeah, we're happy to add it, and that would go in if we do end up doing something along these lines.
Okay, all right, thank you. I yield the floor.
I'm excited to see a truck stop, but I would like to at least know how it's going to look. Wouldn't we have some type of rendering or something that you could suggest or present?
That'll come as if this is approved and we have the zoning, then we'll start the process of figuring out how exactly that site would look and work. As was mentioned, there's going to be a median, so that's going to change what our access is to this site. So we're very early in that process right now.
Okay. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. That's what I was about to ask, one of the questions. And this is in an industrial area, right? This is a truck stop, but we haven't gotten any rendering. We don't know what it looked like, and especially with the ongoing construction as far as the pavement of the road. My concern is, and I think every truck stop has this issue, and we just want to make sure that our criminal activity is really focused on, Mr. Bray, not saying prostitution. We just don't need to attract. We are trying to get all of this under control. And I'm not saying that, the truck stop isn't a good place, but we really need to reconsider when we come and present these and we're looking for new truck stops. We got to think about the criminal activities that goes on. You just said there may be a convenience store. Am I right? Did I hear right?
Yeah, there would be some sort of services. Not your typical MAPCO or something like that, but
it attracts those things that I just said. And we're really trying to be better and be more intentional of what we're doing right now until crime and different things are under control. But I just hope that, we can look further and into this before this is approved. But we really need to think about that, because once we do that, it opens up a can of worms here in Memphis. And if it goes on over there with every truck stop, this truck stop isn't going to make any difference, because they hone in on truck stops, and that's where they make their money, in criminals. And so we need to be very intentional right now on what we're doing. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper. Parker?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Ragsdale or maybe even Mr. Zena, I don't know. So the four corners of Shelby Drive and Lamar, have you all been presented with anything in regard to those four intersections? Because everything there has been just torn down and cleared away. So I'm speaking to what the future of that main intersection is going to be looking like.
Councilwoman Walker, John Zena, Planning and Development. Are you speaking of the designs from TDOT for the new roadway?
No, but I'd like to hear that briefly.
I don't have those.
I'm thinking about the businesses that were there. It was a Wendy's, another convenience store with the churches, then a pilot, and I forgot what was on the southeast corner.
Gotcha. We would have to go back and see if we've got any permit activity that has been filed for those locations. It may be that those locations are not developing until the project
finish
is
the
substantially
construction.
complete. But I also, in the meantime, can get information from TDOT or from our MPO staff regarding the design of the roadway there.
Okay, that'll be great. Is there a projected date of completion?
I don't know the answer to that. I'll get that information for you.
All right, okay. Thank you. I yield the floor.
All right, those in favor of no recommendation, say aye. Going down. Aye. Any ayes? Any nays? Are we gonna vote? All those in favor of sending it down with no recommendation, say aye. Okay. Any nays? All right. It passed. Thank you. Okay, item number 3 on the agenda. MJR 25-04, correspondence to SUP 2018-013. This is an appeal on the Land Use Control Board's rejection of a time extension request to allow a surface parking lot in downtown near Peabody Place. If you would please give us your name and address for the record. Can I get a motion and a second?
Motion.
All right, it's been moved by Councilwoman White. It has been seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. If you'll give us your name and address for the record.
Alexis Longstreet with the DPD, 125 North Main Street, Suite 468. I'll be presenting on MJR 2025-004, which is a correspondence case to a previously approved special use permit from 2018, located at 180 South Main Street. This request is a time extension for an existing surface parking lot. This property is located in the Core City neighborhood. About 197 notices were mailed out February 20th. 4 letters of support were received at the time of completion of the report. 1 was received after the final staff report was published. This property is located in the Central Business District and is currently being utilized as a surface parking lot, as mentioned earlier. Here's an aerial view of said parking lot. Here are some street site photos from Bill Street, South November Street, and Peabody Place and Main Street. Here is the overall site plan. Just a quick overview. There are 3 existing curb cuts. There are 83 parking spaces. No EV charge stations are located at this property. So an overall staff analysis as to why staff recommended rejection in the original case that went before the Land Use Control Board in March. The previous special use permit application that came before you all was approved for a maximum of 10 years, was conditionally approved for 15 years and approved for a maximum of 10 years to expire August 28th, 2028. In December of 21, the applicant proposed to extend the time or remove the time limit originally, but never went forth with publishing the application or submitting the application. And the service parking lot is already, as currently exists, is not a permitted use within the Central Business District, which is why the SUP came about to begin with. And overall, the timeline, January 2025 is when the applicant decided to submit an application. We're asking for a 10-year time extension and therefore exceeding the expiration of the initial approval of 2028, making the expiration, if approved by OUCB, would have been 2038. And then if approved with the additional option of 2 5-year complementary extensions to 2048. Staff did not support this request, as staff did feel as if there was still time allotted for the applicant to come back closer to the time of the original expiration of August 28, 2028. Instead, the applicant came back this year and asking for a 10-year extension, essentially then surpassing the original approval. Land Use Control Board did reject this case 3-3-1, as we did have a board member abstain. Those are the approved conditions in which would have been approved had Land Use Control Board approved the proposal. And that concludes my presentation. I will say that the applicant also has a presentation as well.
All right, Mr. Biggs.
Yes.
We're glad to have you today.
Thank you. Glad to be here. Thank you.
All right.
Nathan Biggs, 130 North Court, Birchport and Johnson. Along with Judge Bernice Donald, represent Mr. Bells, who's also here with me. I would like to just give you a brief overview of this development. It's been there and operating since 2018, and the Bellses have acquired this property in partnership with an entity called Fairwood, which is a hotel REIT developer. They operate hotels, and the idea was for it to be for future development. And they've spent actually quite a bit of money. They spent over $300,000 trying to develop plans for the development of this site with multi-use uses, including hotels and residential and retail. But they believe the market's not appropriate,
and the parking lot serves a function that you'll see from the support that we have of the adjacent vicinity as we go through this. So that's an overview, and I point out to you that MLG&W is essentially right next door, and of course MLG&W is announced that they're looking to sell that property and relocate. So there's a lot of uncertainty in the future, and also across the street from us is the Orpheum and the Mobility Center, and from the view that this picture was taken is from the Bell's offices in Peabody Place office tower. So next slide, please. So when the Bells has got this property approved for a parking lot, they've invested a lot of money in landscaping and street art. It's probably the nicest and most well-maintained parking lot in all of Memphis. It's at a central location because it serves not only the Orpheum, but also Beale Street and also the businesses on the mall and in Peabody Place. Next slide, please. This gives you some, these pictures were taken when the trees were not flowering or have leaves on them, but there's been a lot of money spent on landscaping, and when you go there in the summertime, it's an attractive site. Next slide, please. This is some of the street art. Mr. Bell's donated some of these statues from his own personal collection. This right here is in addition. Oh, be quiet for just a second so you can hear this. They've also put a music. Oh yeah, well there's a reason for that because they've put the sound system in the parking lot, and they've allowed Shandell Ryan, who's the director of the Downtown Memphis Association, to curate. She picked the sound list that plays on it. If you go there 24 hours a day, you can hear Shandell's Memphis music, which plays in the parking lot. So that's another amenity that we've invested into trying to make this the nicest parking lot in Memphis. Okay, next, please. We just put this in there to show that's the Bell's office tower. Mr. Bell's office overlooks the parking lot. They spend a lot of effort making sure it's well maintained and kept clean. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And this, again, is just an overview to show that it's next to MLG&W and the Orpheum. Next slide, please. We've gotten letters of support from several of those adjacent property owners. This is a letter from Brett Batterson, who wrote to support the application, this application for extension. And what he says is that the patrons of the Orpheum utilize the surface parking lot, and it provides an alternative to the multi-story garage that's in the Disability Center, and it's in the Mobility Center, and it's particularly useful to people who are disabled and wheelchair patrons. Next slide, please. This is a letter from Denny Riley. She's the owner of the Majestic Grill, and she's a former chair of the Downtown Memphis Commission, and she points out that this is a well-maintained parking lot and that it's important to her business. As you're aware, restaurants downtown are struggling, and she believes that this is an amenity that supports her business, and she supports the application. Next slide, please. And these are three additional letters. One is from Denstools, which has a business on the mall, and from Lansky's, which has a clothing business downtown, and the Rock and Soul Museum, which of course opened in the old Lansky's building on Beale Street. They all essentially support the extension that we seek in this. They all say that the surface parking lot serves their businesses, and they would like it to be extended. Next slide, please. And I already raised the issue about Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. So I don't think this slide's relevant anymore. So in conclusion, the Bells intend to develop this site when the market is right. They don't intend for it to be a surface parking lot forever. But in order to recruit people to come downtown, Mr. Bells is trying to get tenants to come to his properties and to help the businesses in the downtown area have the parking that they need to support them. We need the certainty to know that this parking will be available, and that's the reason that we sought the extension at this point. And Mr. Bells is here to answer questions. I would respectfully say to you that nobody knows more about downtown development than Mr. Bells. They've spent over $700 million investing in downtown, and he thinks it's important for his businesses to continue to flourish in this area. So we're both available to answer your questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before we hear from Mr. Belts, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Okay, Mr. Belts, would you like to share something?
Well, my name is Ron Bells, 100 Peabody Place, Suite 1400. Well, thank you all for allowing us to come up here and discuss this. Obviously, our family's been involved in trying to make downtown back to where or better than it ever was. The Peabody's been our crown jewel now for 50 years almost. And so we're just reinvested, we're in the process of redoing all the guest bedrooms there. My brother's spending $23 million on that project. We just spent another $20 million across the street in the former Goldsmiths block, which most of us may have some memory of the Christmas place downstairs or whatever. But Janet Forest, there you go. Mr. Bingle and all that, which is now the location, just so you know, for my family's museum that we have down there. But we just spent another $20 million in there, removing out of service about 80,000 square feet of office space and converting it to residential, because the office market in downtown Memphis does not support the construction of new office space, much less even occupancy of existing office space. And you've seen a number of buildings, including Morgan Keegan building next door and many others that have been taken out of service in that regard. Nathan commented on the retail commercial business. Restaurants we're left with downtown are struggling, every single one of them. And only the strongest have survived to this point. And if we don't get a complete control of the crime issue, we're never going to entice people back from other parts of our community to come downtown and experience what we think is a great place to be, because of just either fear or the fear of fear. And so we do need to do everything we can to salvage the existing tenants in order to hopefully join us in this experience that we're all trying to do. As Nathan says, we're developers at heart in history. That's what we've done ever since my grandfather got in this business in the 40s. And we intend to continue following that pattern, but we can't make a market ourselves. It takes a village to do this work, and we've got a long way to come back now from where we were pre-COVID, because we're not there. The hotel business is transformed completely now, and not a good way. So we all have a big oar to labor. This is seen as an asset to tying back together and supporting our tenants who are trying to attract their customers. And I urge you to try to help us make this possible. We'll continue to spend money chasing prospects, but that's all we can do. We've got a 14-story office building ourselves that has a substantial vacancy in it. So building on top of an empty parking lot would be fruitless. But someday, God willing, this will happen. So we're just trying to keep the confidence of the people that we've sold a vision to keep trying to make their business successful. So I hope you'll join us in approving this request.
Thank you.
Can I add one more thing real quick? You know, the Downtown Memphis Parking Authority has recently contracted with Premier to control all of the public parking. And I respectfully suggest to you that this presents a good alternative in the marketplace. We don't need one company controlling the prices of parking downtown. This is an alternative, not controlled by Premier. So it's just another factor I would put into the equation. Thank you.
Good point. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. The first question, I know that LUCB, you all rejected this?
Can I respond to that? The vote was 3-3.
It was 3-3, okay. But I just want to hear from him. Yes, thank you.
Brett Ragsdale with DPD. That's correct. We recommended rejection of the proposed time extension on the basis that it was still 3.5 years left on the proposal, and the LUCB voted in favor of our recommendation. So they
Because of
rejected
the
it 3 to 3.
extension and
Correct.
the length of time that it's been left on it.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
And there was one recusal from that, so it was a tie vote 3 to 3, and a tie does not approve.
Okay. I did hear you talking about Premier, well, and monopoly. Well, Memphis is notorious for monopolies, and we are very aware of that. One person gets control of it, then there's no other say so. Is there a cost to this parking lot?
I'm sorry.
There's a payment? Do you have to pay to park?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
How much is it?
I don't know, I know it's less expensive than our main competitor across the street.
It's less expensive? You can, okay.
It's one of those ones where you go to the machine and you get a ticket and put in your window. And I'm sorry, I don't know the expense.
Okay. And if I just want to make sure that I heard correctly, if the market changes, and hopefully it does, preferably that it does, the way things are going and what we are critically experiencing right now, you said something, maybe turning it from a parking lot into something else?
Oh, yeah. As Nathan mentioned, over the last 4 years or 5 years, we spent over $300,000 developing plans for a multi-story combination of commercial on the ground floor and hotel or residential or office above that. Concept pretty much like our office tower. If you've ever noticed that, it's got retail downstairs where used to be the Bank of America and U.S. Postal Service is now, and that I forgot the name of that bar, but anyway, I don't drink much. Silly Goose. So it's commercial on the ground floor, and then we have a parking component in our office building, and then the office towers, the top from the 9th floor up. So it's just sort of a sister building to that. And so we've spent $350,000 probably chasing prospects back then with Scott Fleming's firm. So, I mean, it wasn't like we've been sitting around waiting for Godot, but we just haven't been successful. There is no market for office space downtown. There just isn't.
I want to thank you because I'm not a native, I'm a transplant. So I can see all the expressions in the body language here. You probably won't have a problem with a vote. They know who you are and know what the businesses were and what it looks like. But I needed to understand that, and I needed to know that before I cast any vote, just to make sure. And I think you said something that was very important. Some of the restaurants are very appreciative of that parking lot because it accommodates them. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. Yes,
okay.
We have a letter of support from the Majestic.
I saw the letters. I've seen all the letters. I read all the letters. But I just wanted to make sure. I need to understand why it was rejected. And so it was the extension of the amount of time.
Well, I don't know how much I should get in. You don't want me to get in.
Okay, I won't.
Okay, thank you.
No, I don't want you to get into that. But those are just questions I need to know. I'm not a historical, but I'm learning much about it. And most of these people here that sit up on the council, my colleagues are. So thank you for your presentation and all of the history that you've given me and the time that you have spent.
By the way, just as another last example of our commitment to Memphis, we donated a space that the city is now turning into a police precinct or command center, I think they call it, or something like that.
The real-time crime center.
Whatever. To the tune of about $1 million in contribution to the city for the next 15 years. And so we're committed, unlike others, but unlike any other.
But thank you for that. I appreciate it. I yield the floor. Thank you.
We have Councilwoman White, Walker, Spinoza, and then Councilwoman Logan. So Councilwoman White.
Thank you, Vice Chair Swearingen Washington. So I just wanted to make sure that I had the information correct. So the special permit is set to expire in 3 years, which would be 2028. And then how long was the original request for the special permit? Like how much was that for? How many years? So for 10 years. So it's a 10-year request of an extension.
So the original one was 15 years, but City Council approved it for 10 years as a maximum. And they came back asking for the additional 10 essentially, which would have potentially approved it for 20, which would have put it at the August 2048 timeline.
I didn't follow that, I'm sorry.
So in 2018, it was approved for 10 years with an option to come back at that 10 years and ask for a 5-year time extension.
And so that 10 years would be up in 2028.
August of 2028.
And then at that point, they would request an additional 5 years.
That's correct.
But now 3 years early, they're requesting for an extension of 10 years versus 5 years.
That's correct.
And it was rejected because it's early, or was it rejected because of the length of time for the extension?
Well, so I can speak to our recommendation, and then there was some discussion at the board, but I can't speak to exactly what their thoughts were, all their thoughts. But yes, so we were contacted early this year about filing for the extension, and our response was that, you know, we don't oppose the parking lot, but we felt like that, you know, with the market, with 3.5 years, that it's a better time to come back closer to that. And so that's why that we recommend a rejection. It was simply just because we would like to have those decisions about planning and what's best for the downtown core a little closer to that time. So that was our whole reasoning. And I think that the Land Use Control Board agreed with that position. So
tell me this. This is always one of my questions when I ask them, when I say, who's the city planner? People always say, John Zena. And that's one of my questions. When we've been speaking with the administration, we've had discussions about how do we reimagine our riverfront to be revenue generating, and not just us recycling money from within, but also bringing money from people outside of the city of Memphis to be able to generate more revenue, more dollars circulating in the city. And so my question is, when we look at a parking lot here, I guess what I'm trying to say, are there other plans that are forthcoming in terms of this particular area, in terms of infrastructure and changes where we feel like a parking lot is not feasible? Or are you saying it's too soon to say we don't know, and that's why we're saying let's wait out the 3.5 years?
right. Well, I think that Mr. Bix and Mr. Bells both mentioned, you know, MLGNW is in play. We really don't know exactly what's going on there. It's just adjacent. The city just spent, I think, $48 million building the mobility center just to the north, or just to the west. And so there is some things, and you know, Mr. Bells has done so much amazing work in that area, and you know, we expect that to continue. I think that even Elvis Presley's, you know, there's some discussion about what's happening there just adjacent. So, you know, 3.5 years doesn't sound like a long time, but there are things that happen every, you know, 6 months that can change things. And so that was just our perspective from a planning perspective, that, you know, we really don't know, and I know that they're working at trying to develop plans. It's just that this is such an important corner in the downtown core that we felt like it just needed a little bit more time to have that discussion. And, you know, I think we would support, you know, the extension if we had the conditions that, you know, were right for that. So we're not opposed to that being a parking lot, but it's just the timing. That was our perspective.
Okay. Tell me this. Is it, and this may be more of a question for you, Mr. Biggs, and it's a two-part question, if the vice chair will allow. One, what is the concern in terms of potentially waiting a little longer based on the Land Use Control Board's concern of changes in market, and in addition to reimagining downtown and what that may look like in the future? And then second, is it, or what is the potential harm if it is approved, to have it approved for the original 5-year extension versus the new request for a 10-year extension?
Okay. The first question was, why now, essentially?
Well, not necessarily why now, but is there any harm or any issue with waiting, as the Land Use Control Board has mentioned? Tell me any potential negatives that or cons that may negatively affect the project or the vision of this project.
Can I just one technical? I can't help myself. Just one technical matter. The Land Use Control Board did not reject the petition. It didn't approve it, but it was a tie vote. It was 3-3. There wasn't a rejection of it. So just we failed to get a majority, and so that's why we're here. Okay. So the problem is Mr. Bells knows more about this marketplace than anybody. I mean, respectfully, more than OPD and more than me. And he feels it's important to have the security of knowing that the parking is available to support his current businesses, that are the current people who you've gotten letters of support from, and people that he's trying to recruit to bring downtown. He needs a certainty to know that in 3 years, it's not, we don't have to come back and roll the dice again and apply again. Things change, and we want the certainty of knowing the security that the parking's available to us. That's number one. Number two, he's told you he's a developer. He comes from a family of developers, and they're looking to develop this. So there's no harm to anybody. As soon as the market changes and the opportunity presents itself, they're gonna move forward to try to take advantage of it. So there's no harm. He's the one who, as I've said, knows the market better than anybody, and he feels this is important to his being able to accomplish his business ends. So I don't know why any of us, what's going to happen if we don't approve it? I mean, is it going to sit vacant there? I mean, no, it's an asset to the people in the vicinity, the people whose letters you've received. It's an asset to his efforts to try to bring businesses downtown and to protect his current tenants. So I don't know why we would substitute our judgment for his judgment about the need for it.
Yeah, I was just to say that. But so my question is, what would be the negative of waiting for the 3 years? I guess that's the question.
Yes. The truth is that downtown Memphis is seen in an extremely negative manner now. Extremely negative. It's the worst condition than it's been since we brought back the Peabody to life. There's no question about it. And I can assure you that in spite of that, as I said, we've continued to invest in hope that it can be retrieved again. We need the city to support us. We're not asking you for money like a lot of other folks come in here and ask you to write them a check or defer this or whatever. We're asking you to support and believe in us, that we've sold a vision to our tenants and our customers in hope that we can sustain them long enough. This parking lot also, not maybe you care or don't care, generates a significant amount of sales tax for the city. The lack of support, we're not asking for the moon. Truthfully, I don't even understand why there's a time limit. I will say this, and I told this to Ragland before, what the staff report said, and I find this insulting and just naivete on the entire staff. Their findings, in conclusion, this project will have a substantial or undue adverse effect upon adjacent property, the character of the neighborhood, traffic conditions, parking, utility facilities, and other matters affecting the public health, safety, and general welfare. That's the staff report. That's their conclusion. They come from a perspective that we're evil and they are all knowing. It's insane. But that's how they came from, and that's how they got here. If you believe in what we want to make happen, support our application. If you don't, then don't. And that will just be the end of a lot of problems and the beginning of a whole nother set of problems. I'm really serious that this is unbelievable that we've spent as much of your time as necessary to do the obvious.
Thank you, Mr. Bills.
Madam Chair, if I may, just really quick, we did explain to the Land Use Control Board that verbiage is the standard verbiage that we use for any case that
is the lamest excuse.
Wait a minute.
So I just want to say that my team, hard, being subjective, being fair, and looking at cases, and we are consistent and fair, and I just want to make sure that that's extremely important to me.
Thank you.
Well, I just had the question about the 5-year versus the 10-year. Is that something that is possible?
I'm not interested in the 5-year, no.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Spinoza.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So yeah, you know, if my mom comes down here, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton had questions. You know, we have to obviously ask questions, right? So I see where she was coming from. I'm going to vote yes on this purely on the merits of the case. But what I really wanted to say, and it's ironic that we've had the conversation and the debate between the two of y'all over what's happened. I mean, Memphis would be a whole lot better city if there were 100 Ron Bellses running around. So that's just a personal comment that has nothing to do with my vote today. We've got to remain objective up here, but I am voting yes on it. And I just wanted to make that comment. It's good to see you up here, and I appreciate you continuing to invest in downtown Memphis and not being one of the many people that leave town. You're investing in downtown Memphis, so thank you for that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in addition to your continued support and investment in downtown, additionally, I think it would help to dispel this so-called negativity in regard to downtown. Sidebar, I received a list several months ago of businesses that had closed downtown due to crime, and at least 3 of those businesses, I personally know that they did not close due to crime. And so I think we could also use some positive PR and marketing and messaging surrounding downtown, because a lot of people who are pushing this negative narrative don't even come downtown. And I think that it is doing the big picture a disservice. And I just wanted to go on record and say that. And sidebar, historical note, this is also the previous location of the Tri-State Bank. And additionally, Mr. Ragsdale, do you have a close-up of the southeast corner, the northeast corner of this property? There was a historical marker there. I don't know if it was there when you all acquired it, but there are some people who've
On the southwest?
on the northeast corner diagonally across from the Orpheum, and there was a historical marker there, and we've been trying to southwest trying to find where that marker is. It was a marker for the Freedman School.
Jesse Turner, young Jesse.
Junior.
Junior, was involved in all that back then when he was really sort of the senior guy there. I'll ask him. I think he's still around, I guess.
I know who he is. I can reach out to him, but it's been missing for a while, and there were 9 schools in the area. Most of them were in South Memphis and near downtown. And then when they had the race ride in 1866, all 9 of the schools were burned down, and all 9 were rebuilt. And one of them was really close to your parking lot where we're discussing here today. And so I'll follow up. Okay. I'll follow up with Mr. Turner. And then finally, my question, what would it mean to you, this property, and to you if the MLGW property goes up for sale? If they move to another location and it goes on the market for sale, what would that mean to you and the parking lot?
Hopefully increased demand for some other use. I know, look, you guys probably know more than me about what's going on in the negotiations with the Grizzlies, but part of their concerns, whatever, is to try to improve that whole zone, let's say from MLK all the way over to Peabody Place. And MLG&W's site is important in their vision from what I've heard. And so the more compression in the market, the better. I mean, it'll hopefully someday drive demand for hotel rooms, God willing. I still don't believe in the office market coming back anymore, because Memphis is not the only place that this has happened in the office market. So, but other uses potentially. So I don't see anything negative. It would be horrible if MLG&W took their workforce out of downtown. That would be bad.
Well, thank you. We'll continue.
Wherever they stay, wherever
So
they
the
go.
conversation is, they're saying that they're not gonna leave downtown.
Well, that's, you may hear that. I hope
Okay.
that's true. I've heard that, but not out of their mouths.
So I brought them up because they were referenced earlier, so I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
originally
Well,
bring
one
them
time,
into the
A year or two
conversation.
ago, they were looking at a facility out in the, eastern part of the city or county. So we don't want that to happen.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor, Madam Chair, Co-Chair.
All right, thank you. We're going to have two brief comments because we're trying to get an attorney-client meeting in. So we will now have Councilwoman Logan.
Yes, quick question. Now, I want to say, my daughter, I have a 12-year-old, and whenever we go downtown, I look for this parking lot because it's clean and it's safe. It always has a guard. So it's kind of in the middle of where I can get to. So I am glad the parking lot is there because I don't have to go up and in the stairs, and then I just go park. And and I'm kind of confused as to what difference it makes either way. But if there's something coming that we don't know about, if there's something going to happen that we don't know about, I can't speak to that. It just seems like it's something else to this case that we don't know about. And if it is, that can't be a part of my decision making because I don't know it. So I hear you all say that the parking lot is good, and I can attest to that. But then also I hear you say that you're going to build something on it sooner or later. So then it'll be gone. So I'm trying to understand what the point is. I mean, are you going to build on it and the parking lot's gone? Or are you going to keep the parking lot because it's a good thing for the community? I like the parking lot, so I would say give it 10 more years. But are you open to putting a clause in there that references what your situation is, your need is? If something comes up or if something comes available, somebody wants that parking lot and they want to build something on it, it's going to benefit us more than the parking lot. Would you all be amenable to that as a condition or as a clause?
You want an option to purchase my parking lot, my property? You want an option to purchase our property?
If that's the case.
No.
Okay.
That's not how we do business.
I'm not 100%, Councilman, I understand what you're saying. I'm not 100%, I'm not 100% sure how that would work. I'm happy to think it through with you.
It seemed as though they're saying they don't want to extend it because the market may change and somebody may want to build something better there. But it's your parking lot.
Well, yes, ma'am.
So can you, I want clarity on what you're saying. Point of
Chair.
It's his property.
Okay.
Point of information.
Yes.
I thought earlier on, Mr. Bells had stated that he had bought it to develop it as a hotel, and he's waiting until the market is able for him to do that. So I think in answer to the councilwoman's question is that he's not really planning on selling it to someone else to develop. He's going to do it. I think that's what I heard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Right.
Well, we'll still have more time for discussion later. If we could just.
Are we voting today?
We're just sending it down.
Okay.
With our recommendation, so we'll have plenty of time.
Okay, we'll be able to send it down and talk about it later.
Okay. It will be on the agenda, so we'll have more time. So those who are in favor of sending this down, please say aye.
Aye.
Negative? Any nays? All right, is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it.
Point of information.
So I assume that when it's on the agenda 2 weeks from now, there won't be another committee hearing concerning this matter. This is the one. Okay. Okay.
All right, okay.
We don't need to plan to be back at the committee in 2 weeks.
No.
Madam Chair, I just
All right.
still have my comment I was
Okay,
going to
go
make.
ahead, make your comment.
My comment was that what we're talking about is a difference of 2 years. Normally, we do an extension if people ask for an extension on a contract. He's asking early on for an extension, which would be 7 years instead of 5 if we did it today. And the idea that I'm hearing, it'd be 13 years, 10 years from today, right? From 2028. Okay, now, I take that back. Forgive me, I misunderstood it. But I guess the point I was trying to make is, I think what's going on is Mr. Bells is saying he's needing this to stabilize the areas around his business and around this parking lot to keep those businesses and say, I can guarantee you parking. You can stay here, and he's using it to sell and make that area work. So thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, and we're excited about the sales tax. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilman Spinoza. Oh, my mic. Councilwoman Spinoza. Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Swingers in Washington.
Present.
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman White. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. And Chairman Canali.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, you may, if you don't know, wonder why most, not all of our colleagues are wearing blue and green today, and staff. But it's in support of the annual Blue and Green Day Mid-South, which is Friday, April 11th. It's a day dedicated to raising awareness about the critical importance of organ and tissue donation. I would encourage each of you, all city officials and the public, to show your support this Friday by wearing blue and green or by participating in one of the awareness activities available on www.midsouth.transplant.org. To mark the occasion, a true Memphis way, the mighty lights on our Mississippi River bridges will be illuminated in blue and green on the evening of April 11th. Let's join together to shine a light on the life-saving power of organ and tissue donation. Thank you all for your support. We have one item on our agenda today. Item 1 is a discussion of subtitle Ordinance 5937 regarding hotel motel tax, all council districts, requested by the administration. Chief Gibson, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. This is one slight sort of hyper-technical legal change to the hotel motel tax ordinance, increasing the tax to 4%. If you look on page 3, section 2, we added a clarifying language to track the statute that enables this ordinance. And essentially we're saying, previously we had to fund, we could use the funding to fund other projects and purposes as the city shall determine. But because the enabling statute limits the uses of these funds, enacted after 2021 to tourism and tourism development, we added that. Though we know that, we can't take for granted, someone in the future looking at it will know that. So we wanted to clarify that point, and that's the only change in this ordinance.
Very good. Colleagues, any questions? Councilman Carlisle?
Yeah, Chief Gibson, do we need to make that change from the floor, or is that effective here? Because it is technical and there is a bond issuance. Substitute it. All right. Okay.
Okay.
Noted. Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions, colleagues? Okay. We have one add-on item this evening, item 26, a resolution to support House Bill 1050, all council districts, sponsored by the Memphis City Council. There is a request for same-night minutes. Our same-night minute items are 14, 18, 26, and item 17 will be held until April 22nd. Anybody have anything else before executive? All right, we will hear from the mayor at 4 o'clock. We'll start promptly at 4 o'clock. We're adjourned.